There'd be a lot more people here.
I thought I was running late at 10 too.
No.
Right, but this mid-street.
I don't know how to do that, Gary. We can shut it off. Maybe Ashley can.
Mr. Woodward, how are you? Pull it out of the car to get to looking at it. I was going to make sure it's hanging myself in the box because I couldn't even get my arm in it. Oh, I'm stuck with the shirt. No, great.
So, the BG,
I got your new phone fixed. It's not completely done, but I'm by the end of today yet. Otherwise tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll get it all.
Okay. Nice to see
chairs here.
That's my nursery.
Maria, you want this? Huh? Well, it's kind of against the rule to have some whiskey in here. If it ain't against the rules, then no, I'm not gonna drink.
It wouldn't bother me. It's 3 o'clock.
As long as they share it, is that what you're saying?
Call a personnel meeting to order. Has everybody had a chance to read the minutes?
Yep.
October meeting? Motion's been made, is there a second? Yeah, is that a second? Any questions or corrections? None being heard, all in favor signify by aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries, the minutes are approved. Public comment. Should we spin that podium around for the mic, so.
Hey, here, please.
Hey, happy birthday.
Thank you.
You didn't bring the trip. bit a quarter there, Jeff. You probably won't need it for me, but. Huh?
You know they won't need it from me.
It ain't in the. What is this? It is not.
There's a wireless one.
I guess you're gonna have to speak loud then. I can do that. Well, thank you. I just want to make some comments on the compensation study and implementation. Speaking only for my department, first of all, I would like to commend the committee for the work they've done on the study. And I support a majority of the conclusions in the report. I think that the compensation ranges truly capture the market value of those positions within at least my department. However, I think that's only one part of the equation. Those ranges give us sideboards. They give us guidelines on how individuals should be compensated within that range. But that compensation for an employee within that range needs to be based on a unique variety of factors: experience, degrees, certifications, technical licenses. And that's the second part of the equation that it appears has been overlooked. The single most important entity, asset that any entity has, are the employees. If you ask any business why they're successful, almost always their answer will be our people. Here at the county, you have a very truly dedicated professional staff that work very hard to make Rusk County successful and do what they can for the public. All they ask for in return is reasonable compensation and, more importantly, your respect. By implementing the wage adjustment policy as it's presented, it appears that we are ignoring the contribution of the existing employees, many of whom have been here for 10 or 20 or 30 years and have given those years of their career to make Rusk County successful. It gives the illusion that they are no longer assets, they are simply columns in a spreadsheet. Every employee here knows that a 12 to 15% increase is not reasonable, it's not expected. And honestly, in most cases, it's not about the money. All we're asking is that the committee consider taking the time to evaluate other options that recognize and reward employees for their dedication and their time that they've given to Rusk County. This cannot be an us versus them decision and be successful. Those two things are mutually exclusive. And there's not a single employee here that wouldn't mind delaying the implementation if it ultimately means that the compensation adjustments are done equitably and with foresight. Thank you. Else?
Good afternoon, everyone. Jeremy Jacobs. So, Mr. Ducell, Chair Ducell, clearly made this a 3-minute type of thing, so I had to really work hard to make sure I scaled this thing down to 3 minutes. So get ready, okay? Here we go. My thoughts as it pertains to the wage study results and potential onboard. As I am responsible for the 40+ human services employees, I say thank you for embarking on a study and an implementation plan that takes a look at the market analysis and other factors. The implementation plan that was chosen to forward for consideration has provided verification that some positions are right on and some need a lift. Thank you. Health and Human Services will experience between a 2% and a 34% in individual adjustments. In my tenure with Rusk County, I believe that we have become desensitized to the wage adjustment concept. This process has been allocated along a large continuum. Additionally, the use of a wide range of various criteria for such requests has been varied and inconsistent. Wage adjustments have become large, foldable allocations rather than small incremental consistent adjustments. Each department head requesting large adjustments for employees is not realistic given budget constraints. Okay? Moving to a mechanism that provides a clear-cut, visible model is important. Equally important is the implementation of a performance evaluation of some style, providing for consistent, accurate, and measurable method to promote upward step movement. We are unlikely to find a cookie-cutter approach to wages that will make everyone happy or magically boost morale in the work environment. Human nature will always have employees measuring their job and activities versus others, etc., in determining worth. Additionally, a number of comments have been made about what about longevity, just like Nick had commented. I could not agree more as an employee having been here for over 26 years. However, I would share that additional efforts, not in lieu of wage adjustment, could be evaluated in order to enhance the employee benefit package offerings. I shared these thoughts before from our department with Ellie and Mr. Dussel before. So in closing, one cannot provide positive or negative critique of a plan without offering a solution. So I have a thought on longevity. If the implementation is approved as is, an option to address longevity could be if you have been an employee meeting the following benchmarks, whereas implementation results in you being placed on any other step other than step 1, would be an example of like 5 years, assuring a minimum of 3% lift. 10 years, assuring a minimum of 5% lift. 15, 7%, and 20 plus years, assuring a minimum lift of 9%. I appreciate your time and effort in this consideration of implementation of this process, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anybody else?
I am unaware of the 3-minute time, so I've got mine decided. And I'm here with a lot of concerns. My head is spinning from all the rumors, learned truths, and reality of what's going on in this county. In case you are unaware of other counties that record their meetings and place them online, you should look it up. I am displeased at what I've learned to be an intentional lack of transparency toward this county. And if you want to take away virtual options and not having recordings, I and others can show up at these meetings and broadcast them for you. I learned of the Carlson Desmond report last week at the full board meeting, and I requested more information to understand the financial implications of this new payroll grid, but I have not heard back on that. I implore you to make sure that you know what you are approving to go to the full board. This item has been brought back to this committee because 2 employees were at the board meeting to voice their concerns over the new grid. When the motion was made by Undershoots, he noted that the pay for each position was not listed when the grid was approved by the committee. I ask you, does this seem like you're doing your due diligence for this county? How is the county going to pay for this increase? I am all for fair wages, great benefits, and taking care of employees. I'm in the position to do that for myself and my employees. If there's one thing that the county definitely lacks, it is looking beyond the financial part of running the government. You employ people. But the wages to go up the most are the people already making a ton of money, especially for our area. Last year, I open record requested every employee's pay for the previous 2 years. I also went back 10 years for the highway department. Last week, I open requested wages for 2021 year end. Full disclosure, my husband is an employee at the highway department. In over 10 years, the guys working as highway worker 1 and 2 have had their wages go up a few dollars. With the new pay grid, highway worker 2 would get 17 cents by becoming on the grid. Highway worker 1 already makes 13 cents more on step 1. I've compared year-end 2021 wages with the new pay grid. It doesn't reflect wage increases over 2022. However, if we take the administrator's position, only hired a few months ago, at $73,000, I believe, at 40 hours a week, this would be $35,10. To get the administrator on the grid, it goes to $46,61, or $96,000. How is this going to be paid for? In my comparison of the year 2021 end and on the grid, the pay increase is a tremendous amount of money. I hear people saying at least a 2% increase. What's a 2% increase on $73,000? So the truth is, the increase for those at the top will be tremendous. Unless you're really good at math, pull out your calculator and figure out what percentage the administrator's pay will go up. I've heard before from a few people who no longer work here how important their jobs were within this organization. As a college graduate, I understand making more money for the profession you are in. However, when you work here and you're trying to justify your wage over your coworkers because all they do is, well, plow the roads, I think you have it backwards and you look at this organization in the wrong way. Is the finance director hugely important? Definitely. But should the other employees get shafted because that person is the one who pays everyone's paycheck? The last time I understood, I, as the taxpayer, help everyone get paid. The finance department cuts the check, just like I do for my employees every 2 weeks. If the people in our communities, including county workers, can't get to work because my husband and his department didn't plow the roads, that's a problem. Does the finance worker or administrator stand on the highway and put their lives on the line in the hands of people who are traveling those roads? Do they lose their Christmases or special events to bad weather, instead having to go to work? I'm not trying to pick on anybody's department, but the pay increase is huge with other departments, and it is hard to ignore. Highway workers who are not foremen or supervisors or the commissioner have seen their wages go up 12% in 10 years. Also, to get to Highway 2 on the grid, it certainly isn't a 2% increase. It's little more than 0.5% from year-end 21 pay. And I know this is the personnel committee, but you have to ask yourself how this is going to be paid for. How is this company going to pay for dramatic increases that are shown to get everyone on step one? How? Second, it's a lucky thing for some people to be able to come here and represent themselves and their small organizational committees in their departments. But there are certainly some people who do not come here and advocate for their employees. Also, I will say that we're all employees supposed to fill out a questionnaire about their job, because that's what was stated at the meeting last week. I would think it'd be very interesting to know what employees filled this out about themselves, and I have open requested that also. Did Highway 1 and 2 fill out this for themselves? Is it a true representation of what they do if you have not asked the people who actually do the grind every day? It seems that you are losing employees left and right. Maybe some of the separations are good, maybe not. But this committee is required to look at how its employees are being treated. How many more are going to take flight? At some point, you can't lose your entire knowledge base. You can't stress the system beyond what it can handle to survive. I hope you vote to table the pay grid citing further review. I know you're in a time crunch to get this done for 2023. No doubt it's not a good place to be, but this pay grid looks ridiculous to me. And I think when it sees the light of day, which it will, most taxpayers are going to agree it looks ridiculous too. Do your due diligence.
Anybody else who would like to speak? Anybody else who would like to speak? Public comment?
Will I be able to talk do I have to talk during the public session or when you're conversing on an item? Just asking.
Probably should do it now, too.
Huh?
Probably should do it now.
Well, that's why I wanted to talk at the county board meeting, so I can ask questions as it goes on. Now I'm not gonna be able to, apparently.
No, I didn't say that.
Okay, well, that's why I asked you the question. I don't understand this. I hope there's further explanation. That's why I'm here today. Presumably, he's gonna shed some light on it, I guess, here from Gittman. So I'll wait for that and see if that happens. One of the things that was in there, and everybody knows, I fought for EMTs for a long, long time. I put 41 plus years in. Never expected to get a lot of money off of it. But guess what? Times have changed. We have full-time staff now. Their pay scale with the raise we just gave them puts them the 9th on the list. The only people below them are cooks, drivers, etc., etc. Now, we just paid $40,000 pieces of equipment for them to use. So the hospital would have the information to be ready to deal with them when they get there. But they're not worth any more than a damn cook. And I don't mean to insult the cooks. I think they should be raised too. But I don't know how they got left out in this whole study. The county employees. They go by the county book, handbook. They have a special one for all the specialized things they do. That's an add-on, but otherwise, they're underneath personnel handbook. So, why they're so far down on this list, I don't know. And I'd really like to know why this is going on and on and on. The last wage study we had, they were in the top third. They didn't get any pay raise to adjust to that. Just look at it. I think there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, well, yeah, there's the 8th from the bottom. So that does not make sense when you're putting people's lives in their hands. Hopefully something gets done about that, and hopefully I get something to understand before I can vote on this thing, what it actually means. So, thank you.
Is there anybody else that would like to speak on the public?
I'd just like to say something. I wasn't planning on speaking, but I'm just thinking about the longevity of the people who have been here. Just remember back with Act 10, the county was paying for all retirement. After Act 10, the county was able to keep that 6% because now the employees were paying that 6% out for their own retirement. So basically, they were getting 6% less pay take home. And I would think that the people who were here during that time at least should get that 6% back. That's my thought.
Is there anybody else who would like to speak? One more time, anybody else who'd like to speak on the public comment? Public comment. Patrick, if you.
Just to introduce, this is Patrick. He is from Carlson Deppman, the company that is behind the wage study.
Most people hard of hearing move up here so they can hear it because the fans so well.
So hopefully I can hopefully I can shed some light on some of the questions that have been asked. I know that some of them were forwarded to me in advance, so I can prepare and got some slides in here to walk us through. I guess just by a quick introduction, and I know that some of you were on the board that year and a half ago, give or take, to talk with that slide applies on Patrick, and I lead our public sector practice for our consulting team. I've been doing this about 9.5 years now. Prior to that, 20 years, I was a county human resources director. Worked for Marquette County, Sauk County, and in the last 13 years, I spent in Calumet County before I joined consulting. Also on this project, we had Heather Murray. She joined our team in April this year after spending 15 years in the public sector. She, during the course of her career, she had the good fortune to work for counties of Eau Claire, St. Croix, and Dunn. And then we also had Ashley McCluskey on our team, who spent about 5-6 years for St. Croix County. So the point is that you think you know something about public sector and county government. You know, our challenge always is learning about the individual organization, not every individual company. And so it's not a matter of that you have rookies working behind the scenes on work here. And so, again, hopefully as we work our way through this, we can shed some light. I always have to put this disclaimer up here, especially before we get to adoption, because county board committees have the right to amend everything, and if something gets amended, we have to go back and think of the numbers might get revised. I hope not. I think we're there. Let's see if we can look where we land. In terms of what this process is, and I think it's good to kind of manage and frame those expectations for everyone, and even though we're at the tail end, I think it's a good reminder of what it is and what it is not. We're looking at the jobs related to job content, as well as the organizational hierarchy that results from that. We're looking at the marketplace, whatever that might be, and the positioning of that marketplace ultimately, and then the final product being the redesigned pay structure for the company. What it is not, and I think this is probably most important as we wind this down, is it's not a review of how many jobs or how many departments or whatever you should have to do. It's not work that we do, but certainly not during a compensation study. It's not a performance review of any department. It's not a performance review of any individual employee. Oftentimes, as we get to the tail end, why isn't my employee up here? Because they're fantastic. why is this employee getting this much? They're about 15 minutes away from being terminated from the employment. We don't have that situation. The point is, we're not looking at either of those situations. We're looking at the jobs in question, and then ultimately, as we work our way through the final implementation, trying to steer clear of the performance factor because it's not been a factor in your compensation prior to this. And the other piece is it's not an opportunity to cut wages. I don't think we have any situations like that, but even if we were, the end result oftentimes, if that were the case, would be the wages would be frozen until the structure caught up with it. But again, cuts is not something that is dealt with. Just one quick reminder, last October when we kicked off this process, we met with department heads virtually. This was one of the key slides. It was towards the end of the presentation. But I think sometimes these issues tend to rear their heads as we wind down our project. Some of the things that we articulated at that time was that don't make promises that can't be kept. We have no idea where the process is going to lead us. We had some general, at that time, we had some general ideas in terms of where you thought you stood in the marketplace and perhaps where we thought you stood based on our past experience. In terms of where individual positions land or anything like that, one of the worst things that can happen is somebody saying this process will take care of you, and then all of a sudden it doesn't, and there's havoc created. I think the other part that we're ultimately going to end up talking about is this notion of happiness versus fairness. Love it. We did a process where everybody was happy. That would be, as my colleague would call it, the gravy on the icing. It's a really disgusting thought, but whether it's the gravy or the icing on the cake, it doesn't matter. But the point is that we kind of talk about fairness. We can talk about what's equitable, but we also know that when it comes time to working within a budget, happiness is really, really difficult to attain, and we can give some examples of that as we wind down. And I think some of the other pieces that are really important and some of the things we had to account for during the course of this process is we understand that not all job documentation is created equal. We understand that not everybody is equally gifted in putting the written word on the page. That's why we try to hire experienced people to look at these jobs, but it still requires the quality job documentation as we can get our hands on for purposes of giving a fair assessment of every job. And so kind of that is a background, and as we work our way through, we had the opportunity to have the project orientation. We had every classification, not every employee, so if there's 20 employees in a given classification, we ask for one piece of job documentation. It provides greater clarity, and ultimately keeps your costs down in terms of an overall project. Every classification was given the opportunity to submit a JDQ, and we gave departments several options on how they could accomplish that, completing that. We also go out to the marketplace to collect the market data for the public sector. When it comes to private sector data, we purchase copious amounts of data on an annual basis to make certain that we're getting good tie-ins to the private sector as well in these projects. We went through every single job that was given to us. We evaluated it for content. We'll give probably about a 5-minute overview as we go a little bit further along. And then we also had the opportunity to meet with your departments virtually to ask any questions, to go through the job documentation where things were missing, where we didn't understand things, where maybe we thought we knew something and we learned that we didn't. That allows us to fine-tune our ratings and ultimately come back with recommendations. And then as we're standing here, hopefully navigating towards that final adoption. As we talk about some of the workforce challenges, I think it's probably fitting to kind of underscore some of the, as I look at this, and in fact, if you're ever looking for an interesting read, if this interests you, the Center for State and Local Government Excellence, every year they publish a report on the workforce in the public sector on a more nationwide basis. And one of the things, I just had jobs over 50%. These are tough to fill roles, and you can probably look at them and say, yep, these are all of our jobs. When you look at transportation, automotive, driving, IT, healthcare, you go up and down that list, you're experiencing the same challenges that everybody else from sea to shining sea is facing right now. Trying to find certain jobs is all but impossible. So, to the extent that misery loves company, we know that exists. We also know that pay is one of the top issues why people might leave an organization. And the Pew Center does a fantastic job of doing all sorts of different analyses and studies, but there's also so much more to that than just pay. And so as we look at that in terms of why people leave, our stance, and I think it's a pretty solid stance, is it's the tip of the iceberg. yes, pay is important. We want to make certain you have competitive pay, and as we try to align, and we'll talk about some of those challenges here at Rusk County, but the opportunity for growth. You have good pay, but if I can't move up in my career, and you will see people leave if they feel that they can't advance. Culture. If I don't feel appreciated at work, if I don't have the support of my supervisor or the other people who affect my day-to-day work life, people will find places where it is support. So again, just the underlying principle is that pay is important, but it's not the only factor. As you feel for sure writing notes, this presentation is yours, so it can be distributed to the committee. Just don't write notes if you don't have to. In terms of age, we tend to look at two main views of the world. Distribution by age. If you look here, 19 to 27, so this is in groupings here. Most of your employees tend to be under the age of 50, but we also note that if we look here, 57 on up, you got a large contingency that are going to leave the county at some point in a very, very near term for no other reason than retirement. And so, if you look at the pressure that you have right now, just with normal day-to-day, going to a different job, going to a different location, your human resources function will be taxed in the coming years, as every other public and private organization, as people continue to leave the workforce in larger numbers from one generation to newer generations coming in. Probably the data point that jumped off the page for us was the number of employees that you had with less than 5 years of service. The single largest contingent of those employees, of your employees, have less than 5 years of service. If you look at the grouping of 10 or less, those two, again, I think if you add those two up, it's going to be pretty darn close to being in excess of the remainder of the employees. So you've had some turnover. You've got some tenure concerns, but I think also as we're talking about with the implementation strategy, I have some organizations where it's shaded more this direction, and it becomes a greater challenge. Just a quick note as we kind of dig into some of the methodology things as I listen to the speakers, I don't think I heard one thing that I necessarily disagreed with in principle. It's a very complex, emotional thing when you start talking about individual pay. It certainly causes emotions that you might not see in other facets. In terms of how we approach things and how we look at the world, we look at it, we talk about the three-legged stool quite frequently. This process was exclusively focused on employee compensation. Talk about the internal equity, competitiveness in the formal system to get there. We already referenced that. We also had to have the conversation about benefits. And I think one of the points that was made relating to the Wisconsin retirement system, a decade or so ago. Certainly well noted that chipped away at the competitiveness of public benefits. Fantastic benefit, even as it stands today and how it's structured today, but it was a change. And again, made the argument that public sector benefits are superior just a little weaker. And so we want to make certain we at least acknowledge it in our work. We already talked about this notion of that other part of the iceberg, the employee experience. How do employees connect with their workplace, the culture, the flexibility, all those sorts of things? All three of these things need to be in place if you're going to be firing on all cylinders as an employer. And it's really difficult to do so. As we work our way through these projects, there's 4 questions. We're going to go through each one of these 4 in greater detail as we work our way through. But the first one being, what is that market of comparison? Where are you getting your talent from? Who's stealing from you? Who's like you? And all those sorts of things. And again, we'll go through that. That market placement question takes on different, especially in today's marketplace. If you were to ask me 3, 4, 5 years ago, the answer to that question probably would have been a little bit different than where we're standing today. And when we get to organizations where perhaps this hasn't been, and I think whoever used the guardrails of the system, that now that we have a formal system, and the outer bounds of each, that now trying to figure out how do we want to compete in that marketplace is certainly a challenge. And the design of the structure. I can't imagine walking into an organization and not having a question of, why are we going to a step plan? Don't employees get the steps every time, a year rolls through, they just automatically get a step? And the answer is it's kind of the underlying principle. There's probably a little bit more nuance to it than that. And as you talk about performance pay, and as you talk about some of the things that are required to do so, In order to do it, I'm a huge proponent of performance management. I'm not 100% sold on the notion of connecting pay and performance in the public sector. Right? And my main couple, there's a number of reasons, but the two ones that jump off to the top of my mind are, one, oftentimes you have a city or a county, in your case a county, with 20 different departments going 20-ish different directions, and trying to maintain consistency is certainly difficult. I think, you talk about this notion of transparency. My company, my performance evaluation, my performance raise is my business and my business alone. In the public sector, as it should be, it's everybody's business for the most part. That there's a level of transparency in the public sector that is expected and should be there, but it makes these sorts of activities a lot more difficult to maintain and sustain. Implementation plan is where the rubber hits the road, and usually is where the emotion comes out in these processes. And I think showing some example data, in fact, I put the slide back in terms of some sample costing so we can talk about that. But I know you've got some more accurate numbers or up-to-date numbers we can talk about, but this is really where the challenge with the pay structure truly begins. As we talk about process, we're always talking about what's the employee voice, if any. If I'm in a private sector project, and I'd say probably once or twice a year I dip into a private sector project just to keep that skill set up. But I work almost exclusively in the public sector. I'm walking in the private sector, it's probably on this end of the spectrum. We don't talk about pay here, that's changing, but we don't talk about pay here. We don't share how we arrive at pay, we don't have any conversations. We walk in the building, the only people we're seeing is the chief human resources officer, maybe the CEO, CFO, but nobody else who knows who we are, let alone what we're doing. In the public sector, everybody knows what's going on. And so if I look here, all the way over here, I would say probably more that true collective bargaining environment. And almost to the point I'd say, the private sector where the right to strike exists, where there is a say in pay. We can't agree. I have the choice to go on strike or whatever it might be. So finding that middle ground. Our middle ground is having the employee voice. Let's complete the job documentation, whether it is by an individual employee I'm the only person in that role, or a representative employee who might be one of 10, 20 in that particular role, filling out that job documentation and then reviewed appropriately. So at least we are getting an understanding of what that employee is doing on a regular and ongoing basis, subject to review, subject to discussion, and also subject to filling in some of the blanks. As I alluded to earlier, that not every piece of job documentation is created equally, and sometimes we have to fill in the blanks to get there. And in doing so, I'm going to talk about 3 minutes for probably about a 3-day training process as it relates to our job evaluation system. We've got, it's a point factor job evaluation system. They've been around since the 1950s. Ours has been tinkered with and adjusted as we headed into the 1980s to make certain we were updated, and then again shortly or a span after that to make certain that again we're measuring the types of things that are important in the work environment. But our system has 5 main factors: thinking challenges, decisions, interactions, work environment, and formal preparation and experience. And as we work through those things, we're asking ourselves, especially for those first 3 elements, we're working through a series of 3 questions that repeat themselves for every single job we're looking at. With those thinking challenges, we look at, what are those problems and challenges that the employee or that job is given on a regular basis? Not once every 10 years or every 6 months, but on a regular basis, what is that position being asked to resolve? How complex are those problems? And how much depth of thought needs to go into those problems and challenges? And each one of our factors, doesn't matter if it's thinking challenges or preparation and experience, has a continuum, from least to most, easiest to hardest, however you want to describe it. And so we're able to look at each of those elements through the lens of how does this position fit on that spectrum. And so when we work our way down, then we start talking about decisions. Now, we're not talking about decisions that impact departments or organizations, but making decisions on behalf of departments or multiple departments or organizations. So we're looking at how much freedom are we giving the employees to make decisions. There's a very clear distinction for a lot of these. And then which slice of the organization? Is it my job? Do I make decisions on behalf of the department, multiple departments, or the entire organization? And then what role in the decision-making process are they typically being asked to perform? Handing information off, making suggestions, and I would say meaningful suggestions, and expected suggestions. Do I get a vote, or am I the decision maker? And one thing we find in the public sector is there's very few final decision makers. Sitting here in front of a committee, I'm sitting here, in a CEO's boardroom, the CEO is making that decision. You're the collective CEO in this particular situation. Then we also talk about interactions and communications. What is the context? Who are you talking with inside and outside the organization? And as you're having those communications, what is the impact of those communications that you're engaging in on the flow of information or data throughout the organization? Those first three, I would say, is really where we really have to roll up our sleeves and kind of dig deeply into the job documentation, dig deeply into our notes from our meetings, looking at the statutes, looking at some of the other requirements, those sorts of things. These last two are a little bit more intuitive. They tend to jump off the page a little bit better or much more observable. What is the work environment? What are the types of things that can hurt you? And what are the physical elements of the job? And then what is the required formal preparation and experience that if you were hiring that job tomorrow that you would need to fill that? Once we do all of that, and we look at, I'm just going to use 100. Math is easy with 100. We got 100 jobs, we go through this whole list of questions 100 times. And then we go through it again on our cleanup. Maybe even a third time, not as in-depth every time, but we probably, on average, go through an individual JDQ no fewer than 3 times, and jobs that are probably hot-button issues, probably 5 or 6 times we're going through that job documentation to make certain we have the rating right. When we're done, this is just a sample here, we have what looks like a whole bunch of alphabet and number soup. It means nothing to an outside observer, it means everything to us in terms of our interpretation. An example, supervisory job, formal prep and experience. In our language, a 6D is a bachelor's degree and 4 to 5 years of experience. So each one of those has meanings within our system. My point here is that we ultimately end up with a point total as a result of all those letters and numbers, and we are then able to then begin to build an organizational hierarchy. So I have 2 jobs here, again, sample jobs, receptionist and unskilled labor. End up virtually the same points for completely different reasons, completely apples to oranges jobs. And so being able to look at each job individually, we can start saying, well, maybe these should be in the same grade. We have a grade here, so we can start putting point values. You might have a grade from 800 points to 849 points. And so as you work your way through. But that's how we start, and you'll see some of that represented on some of the graphs that come up. But as we talk about kind of the uses for job evaluation, one, we can build career hierarchies, working all the way from network support technician all the way up the food chain to chief information officer. There's some jobs that have that natural hierarchy built in where somebody coming in at the bottom floor can work their way to the top. Sometimes it's a matter of a job hierarchy, still a flow to it. So in a clerical series, you might go from receptionist all the way to an executive assistant to the CEO. Same type of job, very similar duties, but again, differences that we can assess using the job evaluation system. But probably where it serves its greater use is being able to compare to similar jobs. And so I just went in a couple projects, jobs that kind of sometimes, depending on the context of the organization, very dissimilar, oftentimes end up in the same grade or thereabouts, within a grade of each other. But again, being able to look at each one of these and for job content and place them appropriately based on how we view things. Being able to repeat that, doing it in one project is one thing. Being able to repeat it again and again and again, I think gives some validity in terms of how we are able to do this. Every so often we dip our toes into Minnesota, and the reason why I mention that is because when we do a project in the public sector in Minnesota, we have certain criteria as it relates to pay equity and testing. Are we being discriminatory in our job evaluation system? And we have to submit that to the state where we know our results, thankfully, come back with flying colors, that it's not being discriminatory for any of the illegal factors. And so again, we want to make certain that we're being valid and measuring what we intend to measure in the course of our work. Once we have the jobs evaluated, or as we're evaluating the jobs, as we look at the job documentation, the duties, the requirements, the paragraph descriptor, we start making some assessments of, we think we can find this job elsewhere, either only in our private sector data, public sector, and a combination of the two, and that's what's known as our benchmark jobs. So we're going to look, the underlying theme is that we're looking for consistency. Can we find this job over and over and over again, at least 4 to 5 times in the public sector? We try to hold ourselves to that threshold, and throughout the surveys. And there are some jobs where you have different levels of those roles. Engineering technician, 1, 2, 3. Accountant, 1, 2, 3. And maybe one's an entry, one's an intermediate, one's a senior. We want to make certain we can find those appropriate levels in our surveys as well. If we can't, making certain if we can find one of those 3 levels, we're matching to the right one in the data. So again, making certain we've got good benchmark data so we can then establish those benchmark jobs. And so I'm not going to go through these, but this is just kind of a handoff or a leave behind slide in terms of those jobs that we had that we felt we could match and did match during the course of this study. So again, having a good, solid representation of the marketplace. And as we talk about that in just a moment here, we'll see kind of how that lines up. In terms of the overall market, there's always this question. I know we had this conversation at the front end of the process. Who are we going to compare to? Who's like you? Who's trying to steal your talent? Because there's really 2 marketplaces we're dealing with, and there's a lot of overlap between the 2. You want to have that snapshot of those that are like you. Similar size, similar structure, similar tax base. You also know that you're swimming in a bigger pond. And you're trying to steal talent from people. It'd be great to steal someone once in a while. And you're also having people who are stealing from you. And so the point is, how do we find that right marketplace to put you in a competitive position? So based on our prior conversations, we came up with a pretty robust pool. I like having, as we were talking, we had some opportunity to talk this morning internally, that what I like about a larger pool is that you can have a misfire on one job and for one organization, and it's not going to sacrifice the integrity of your pay structure because you have enough data in there to account for anything that might have been. You'll see an example of how it might occur in just a little bit here. But again, a pretty healthy snapshot, and if we looked at, we kind of went a little bit across the state, and I'm going to test my geography knowledge here, but I believe, Lincoln, Langley, Kewanee, Waushara, Marquette, Adams were, some of the add-ons, and otherwise trying to keep it relatively geographically tight to northwest Wisconsin. And I'll talk about something in just a moment here that we did. I think we presented this to the committee previously. But as we look at the other data, the question of how do we get a value for certain jobs in the private sector. Some of our surveys do a really good job of localizing, if not to Ladysmith, at least in the general area, using geographic information. But using BLS data, they certainly have good information. Comp data, pay factors, ERI, Willis Towers Watson. We spend a tremendous amount of money every year to make certain we've got up-to-date data. Even as everyone's prices increase, as we look at this, that it's an investment that we feel is necessary because exiting a process like this without having some connection to the private sector just doesn't make sense. And so as we look at this, as we talked about this previously, that at 51 benchmark jobs, each one of these dots on this graph represents one of those benchmark jobs. There might be one on top of each other. But our goal in doing so is to have a representation at the bottom of the structure, in the middle, and at the top. Of course, you have fewer dots at the top of the organization because you should have fewer dots at the top of the organization. Otherwise, you'd be incredibly top-heavy. So, but again, representing the organization from top to bottom is very important. Once we get to the point of, all right, are we good? We use this information here. I'm going to go a little bit in the weeds today because I think I need to go a little bit in the weeds, is that we first use this number here, this R squared. The coefficient of determination for people who care about statistics. Those who don't, you just learn something you don't ever need to repeat again. But once we get past 90%, we're reasonably confident that we've got a good model to start talking about compensation. Once we get to 95% and above, I would argue we're getting greedy. That we've got a solid data set to start making recommendations to you based on what we've seen in the marketplace and what we've seen with our job evaluation scores. Because what we're doing is we're regressing the market data against our observation of job evaluation score, which then gives us this result here. And then we've got a good model. What do we mean by that? Job evaluation scores, of course, are important. Are we using the right surveys in the marketplace? That if we don't have good data, you're not going to get good results. the data from the surveys. You know, we might have for an accountant 25, 30, 40 different options: geography, revenue size, FTE, employees, you name it, that we have access to it, as well as different regions across the country or the Midwest. I'll talk about this data cleaning in just a moment here in some context. I think it's also important that we don't let the crazy data in and keeping it out of the analysis. And then ultimately making sure that we have the appropriate review as we wind the process down like this. But we also know that not all data is created equal. You know, that I can go out to Indeed, Glassdoor, ZipRecruiter, you name it, and I can find wages out there that may or may not correspond to any basis in reality. I would say oftentimes they're pretty close, reasonable, but it's based on individuals and not what is the market doing for an overall classification of jobs. Since it's self-reported by employees or individuals, again, you know, in our world, we don't use information such as this. Professional associations, government data is sometimes useful. We spend most of our time kind of in this world out here. It relates to purchase data, aggregated data, in our own surveys that we complete. In fact, we spend a tremendous amount of time on an annual basis collecting and analyzing our own public sector data for our use in our practice. One of the questions I think it is an anticipation that, and I forget what the big four are, but I could probably go backwards in my mind right away, that St. Croix, Eau Claire, Douglas, and there was one more in the mix, that what impact did they have on the data? The point is almost nothing. There are two lines on this graph, if you believe it or not. So if I took, here's your median marketplace, there's a gray line underneath this red line. My illustration here is that there's no difference by taking them out of the analysis versus keeping them in the analysis. And so our recommendation at that time was, let's keep the comparable pool intact. It's easier to communicate to employees in the long run, and it's really a true representation of what you're dealing with in the marketplace. Market data, this is always fun. So this is a question we got, and I think, you know, it was a concern that was raised at least at one point, is I think people look at it and say that, you know, here's a compensation consultant, and they got this magic number they've been able to divine from on high, you know, through the compensation guides. And the reality is, I wish it was that simple. And when I talk about this, this is a incredibly kind of, I'll keep the job anonymous for the time being, right? I'll keep it anonymous. But if you look at, you know, we used, for this particular slide that we built, we used 9 different sources. I can go out to the internet, you know, there's some recruiting companies out there that will publish, you know, their wage surveys for certain roles, but they oftentimes have a vested interest. You know, I want to keep the rates high because as I'm recruiting, I get paid, you know, based on the first year's salary or something of that nature. Other sources, and even our public database, you can see that the numbers vary tremendously. In fact, I just did a little call out here. In the public databases, we've gotten responses for this one job, $90,000 and $44,000. Crazy high, crazy low. As we work our way through this analysis, that ultimately gets kicked out because they don't fit within our parameters. But the question ultimately comes down to is, what's the market rate? Oh, on this data, is it 48,000? Is it 70,000? Or where does it lie? So as we work our way through data, and this one just happened to line up much more perfectly than what we wanted, but we still kept it in the presentation. If I take the raw average, just take every single data value we have in the data set and average it, came out to about 61,000. If I clean the data, when I say clean the data, 70,000, 44,000, kick that out, that other data source that was at 70,000, that's an outlier that falls outside the parameters, lo and behold, it's about 62,000, not much difference. And then when I look at it and say, well, let's weight the public sector 50% and the private sector 50%. And it comes out to about 61. Again, it comes out almost too perfectly for an example like this. But it tends to work that way more frequently than what we want. But we're always working, how do we best approximate the market for that given role? So we get the question, well then why do we have pay range and why do they matter? Again, for the sake of argument and not trying to create unrealistic expectations, I'll keep the job private, but it's a job, as you can tell, a highly compensated job in the public sector. We have 117 values in there for that, the exact same role. You have a minimum reported value of 73, maximum reported value of 183,000. So some people say, why don't we just have a pay range of $73,000 to $183,000 and call it a day? Because for whatever, depending on the context and whatever the client might be, you're probably paying too low, or paying too high, or both if you're just to set it up that way. And so we deal with what we call percentiles. And so trying to trim the data appropriately. So if we say, what is the point in the data set where 25% of employers pay less, 75% of employers pay more? That's the 25th percentile. That's $106,000. Makes a lot more sense given the data than here. It tightens it up. Same thing, what is the point that 25% pay more, 75% pay less? That's $135,000. The reason why I like this illustration is that this happens time and time and time again as we're looking at our data, and especially when we get a good data set like this, and we trim it up, it comes right around 85, 90% to 110 to 115% below and above. The pay structure you have, as we work through it a little bit later, it's not by accident that it's 87.5 to 112.5%. The intention as we design these is try to give the employer a pay structure, whatever position the market they chase, that you're paying between the 25th percentile and the 75th percentile. You're paying in a healthy range of the selected marketplace. So again, it's not a matter of pulling numbers out of thin air. There's a ton of work that goes behind the scenes to make certain that as we're looking at an individual job, we're looking at the right job, and we're looking at the right data for that job. Then it gets a little bit more challenging. And then we start talking about market competitiveness. And when we talk about market competitiveness, I have two views of the world because I don't like this view of the world. But I have to show it because I think down the road it helps illustrate some additional points. Because this looks like it's so much more dramatic up here than down here. Percentage down here means less dollar-wise than percentage up here, and that's why it looks like that. But if I simply flip over to this next slide, which is the same data, the same view of the world, that at the 50th percentile, you're about 16% in the first quartile. So if you remember that chart with all of those dots, with 51 dots on it, all I'm doing here is trying to segment it and say in the first segment of the first quarter of the job. So you have jobs ranging from 330 points to 1,162 points. The first grouping of 4, second grouping of 4, all the way to the maximum of the pay range. Just trying to get a sense, is there a difference in competitiveness throughout that structure? It's pretty uniform. I mean, 16 to 19% isn't that big of a difference from one end of the pay scale to the other. And you should be between 3 and 5% behind the market right now, as we are looking at 2022 wages in comparison to predicted 2023 pay. Market's moving between 3 and 5% for most positions out there, and so you should be a little bit behind the market. Just a little bit behind, I think, and I think you're probably very well aware of it. In fact, I know we've had conversations about that. Then it comes down to the question of where do we want to be in the marketplace? And so I just put, I know this is very small, and that's why, again, this is, the presentation's available for viewing after we're done here today, that your data, so looking at population, I throw in full amount equalized valuation, but I'm really more concerned about per capita and personal income. Those are 3 of our main metrics, not the only metrics we look at when we're trying to talk about comparable employers, but these are the 3 that rise to the surface. That overall, and this is just your percent ranking on population, you're one of the smaller ones in the pool. We knew that going in, it was not a big surprise. But again, you've got a pretty healthy marketplace for that. As it relates to overall equalized valuation, again, you're on the lower side of the overall marketplace. Now look at it on a per capita basis, you're in about the 25th percentile of that data set. So it sets the stage. If you recall back in the collective bargaining days, if you ever had to go to arbitration, hopefully you never did, but if you had to, there was always the mindset of here's our comparable employers, and where do we rank with those comparables? That was always an argument that was held, before an arbitrator. Kind of a similar mindset. Where are you ranking amongst all these comparable employers? And you're on the smaller side of most of those metrics, which will bear repeating in just a little bit here. So when we talk about plan design, there's a lot of things that go into that conversation. How do employees move through that structure? Right now, we're introducing a step plan based on employees moving from step to step on an annual basis. I know there's some conversations, how do you introduce the performance element into this mix to recognize those sorts of contributions. We've already talked about this. Every once in a while, we need to dip our toe into the conversation regarding compression. It's almost impossible to have that conversation in a city without talking about police and fire, and in a county without talking about sheriff's department. In terms of how are the wages lining up between the patrol deputies and the sergeants and the lieutenants and captains. It just depends on the command structure that you have for your organization. But at some point, compression can rear its head. I just had a client that we just gave our deputies, 4%. We give our non-union a 1.5%. And guess what? Over the course of time, if you keep repeating it, you're going to have that compression. So that's why that's a necessary conversation. Unique market pressures. Sometimes there's a job that just doesn't fit. I was dealing with one in a county yesterday where they decided to have their own nurse practitioner for mental health. Well, that's probably about a $175,000 job. It's not going to fit on any wage schedule based on job evaluation. We're placing it based on the market values that we've determined. And so sometimes we have to make those determinations. We need to worry about the number of structures. We've got one uniform structure. We'll talk a lot about this one in just a little bit here in terms of the financial budget pressures. Financial performance, I already hinted at. Other elements of pay. And as we talk about some of those roles, I think in terms of one of the concerns is that you get to certain roles in the organization where it's not just a straight, here's your wage. It is, here's this premium, this stipend, on top. And so trying to come up with a rate for that considers all of those things is much more complex. And then the question of, in fact, I'm going to go back to this number of designer structures. It's one of the hardest jobs to deal with are those roles where there's not the expectation that they are here on a day in, day out basis. When I say day in, day out, I have a little bit of leeway when I'm talking about like regular part-time where they're here every Monday, Wednesday, Friday. There's regularity to it. We also have a number of irregular positions where they fill in as needed. They fill in on a much more limited basis. And what we've found, I'll go even back to my days as a human resources director, some of those roles don't fit on a formal pay structure that is using the same methodology. It doesn't mean that pay isn't important. It doesn't mean that pay shouldn't be addressed. It just should be addressed through a different mechanism in terms of trying to arrive at what's fair and equitable for that particular classification. I already hinted at this, but I think I want to touch on it again just to make certain we know what we're talking about when we start throwing out this term as it relates to percentiles. Most of our structures over the course of up until about a year and a half, 2 years ago, and I would say most of the structures that you would find in any segment of the economy are anchored on the 50th percentile. What do we mean by that? Of the selected organizations or the selected data, half are going to pay more than you, half are going to pay less. And so even in the best of times, back again before what we've been dealing with in the recent economy, any employee in any of those pay structures, I think the number is like 88, 89% of organizations have built their structures on the 50th percentile, that it's not uncommon for someone to say, I found someone who pays more than us. And my response, I'm not trying to be sarcastic or cute about it, is of course you do. The expectation is that somebody is going to pay more than you in this type of a structure. You're also going to have 50% that you should be paying less than you in terms of that sort of a design. When we design structures, I already hinted that the step plans are typically built on the 25th to the 75th. So you're kind of trimming off this data out here and paying in the sweet spot. If you had a true performance-based structure, you're probably going to pay a little bit less at the start rate if you can. There's usually flexibility and higher, but you're going to pay more at the top because you're putting a premium or a value on employee performance. And so you're willing to pay more for that person who is that proverbial rock star. And they're contributing, they're helping innovate, they're helping streamline, or whatever you value as an organization. So we're going to be talking about percentiles in a little bit here, so I just want to make sure that we kind of anchor that. As we talk about this, you've already seen this graph, but we're going to talk about it in a different context now. Now we know that we've got a good model, we've collected the market data. Now this equation right here is simply this gray line, how aggressively is it moving? The slope of that line. And I left college, oh my goodness, almost 30 years ago now that thank God I never have to deal with statistics again. Never. I deal with it every single day of the weekend. It's still an education. But the point being is that we're trying to use this line of best fit through all these dots to say we're trying to marry the marketplace, which is important, and the internal equity, which is also important, and this allows us to bring those two things together. And so this equation, 0.0395x, this x is very important. So when I get to calculating or building your wage structure, what we're doing, and I forget the exact range, but the middle value of points for grade 10 is 496.5. So I can use a different example just for the sake of illustration. If I had a grade 800 to 849 points, the middle value is going to be 824.5. So we're just simply plugging the middle value of each of those grades into this equation, and it spits out this 2798. Same points for, or different point value for grade 11 is going to result in a higher number. So again, it's based on that line of best fit to build a pay structure. Now, pulling numbers out of thin air, it's using the market data in combination with our job evaluation scores to arrive at a result. However, administering a pay structure is where it gets a little bit difficult. Somebody referred to it earlier, and I think it's a good point. In terms of compensation management, there's two types of increases that probably are discussed, and especially in the step structure, that are discussed every single year. Whether or not you want to is at least a conversation that it probably needs to occur. The first one is, how much do we need to lift our structure to be competitive with the outside world? You know, the economy tends to clip along at about 3% per year. If you use CPI as your only metric, you know, in terms of inflation, that over the course of time, it's like 3.07 since 1913 to present day. That we, as you go out to the marketplace and you try to recruit employees, the wage structures in general tend to move, and so we have the movement here. This is just a fake example, but if you have a 2% structural increase, the employee go from 2313 to 2359. You also have a wage range where you've said to employees, we're going to start you low, we'll move you through. And so the question is, and this is where the issue of tenure comes in. I can argue the issue of tenure all day long on behalf of the employees. It's going to be a financial issue as we get to the end here. That the movement from step to step to step helps do a few things. It helps maintain some level of internal balance. Junior versus senior employees, high performers versus low performers, or whatever other metric you know, gets baked into this. But there's usually two increases, which is why you don't have 5% steps, and you're not doing massive adjustments on an annual basis, because it can get expensive, and it is something that needs to be taken into consideration as you're adopting a structure. As you talk about performance pay, and this is one of my drop-ins here, I think you just want to make certain that you are well aware of some of the challenges in terms of doing performance pay, especially as you look into an administrative coordinator and she provides us with about this stuff. But you know, issues with performance management, that are all jobs suitable. Are you able to come up with the appropriate metrics and goals and objectives for every single classification? If you can, that's fantastic. And I hope you can. But I know there are some roles that's much more difficult. The challenge that we tend to see, especially because everybody knows what everybody else's performance, even though performance evaluations are arguably not releasable in many situations, everybody knows, because the pay rates are driven from that. That once somebody gets rated as that proverbial rock star, the temptation is that they have to always be that rock star. And that's not the way the world works. I've had years where my performance sucks. I'm the first one to say, bad year. You name whatever issue might be going on, but I've had other years I've done a fantastic job, or at least in my own mind. It's been that way. That I'm okay with the ebb and flow as long as this one is in place. That meeting performance or meeting expectations cannot and should not be viewed as being a C average. Most employees say, if you rate me as meeting expectations, I'm just average. You don't like me. The answer is no, it should be at least a B, if not a B plus. Our standards need to be high enough for meeting expectations first and foremost. So if you go from exceptional to meeting expectations from one year to the next, that should be just fine. It should be celebrated. Thank you for meeting the expectations of your role. You didn't have a chance to knock it out of the park last year, but you met our expectations. these two things working together cannot be the perpetual rock star, and performance meeting expectations cannot be the seat average. If you have it that way, I don't see you're bound to fail, but you're going to have problems with it. The other part, what we find a lot in the public sector, it makes perfect sense, is that you don't have, let's say you, collectively public sector, don't have the pool of funds to reward or incentivize performance. We work a lot in the private sector. I'd say probably a 50-50 split in terms of our overall book of business. And it's not uncommon to see 5, 10, 15, 20%, depending on the role. If you're in a sales role, perhaps even more. But the point is that in the public sector, we've seen a lot of structures where the difference between meeting expectations and being an exemplary employee is 0.25% or 0.5%. It's not that someone's going to turn down that raise. People take that money and they'll be appreciative of it, but it's rewarding performance as opposed to incentivizing performance. I think there's a difference in terms of the intent of the program. I'm not saying you shouldn't try. My firm belief with performance management is that everybody should get really, really good at evaluating and managing performance. Employees are expecting it. I think it puts you in a good standing from so many different perspectives. But whether or not you marry the two things, compensation and performance, I think is a conversation that you should look at very deliberately as you go down the road, because our other concern that we see, and our final concern, not our only final concern, is that when budgets get tight, the first thing they go typically is a performance pool. And that's usually the last thing that should go. If you look at when tight budgets, okay, who is bringing innovative ideas? Who's looking for the streamlined approaches to save the money and help the organization navigate through? And I think that's, again, another drop inside I have at the end as you talk about how do we better appreciate employees' longevity. We had a lot of conversations this morning, and actually leading up to today too, in terms of how can we better recognize tenure, longevity, whatever you want to call it. This is an important issue. But there's a lot of moving pieces that are associated with it. So we talk about the challenges with implementing pay structures. Budget. I could end the presentation right there, because that's really what it comes down to in so many cases. And what we're seeing, one, you have your levy limits. If you recall back, was anyone on the board back in 1982? That's a legitimate, was anyone here as an employee in 1982? The answer is no. Okay. So the challenge is that back in 1982 we had a similar level of inflation. That was the last time we saw this level of inflation. One of the tools that the board had in its toolbox was, well, costs are going up by 8%, maybe we need to levy 8% more in taxes. I'm not saying it's a good idea, or you should have done that, but that was a tool that was at least available to you. You don't have that tool in today's market. The levy limits have put an end to that, and so the challenges you have coming up with a balanced budget, because unlike the federal government, county, cities, villages, towns are required to have balanced budgets. And so navigating through that. And we see a lot of organizations dealing with one-time money. Got ARPA funds coming through the door, maybe we should spend it on compensation. In my opinion, I'm not a financial expert, I'll leave that to you, it's a bad idea. Unless you've got a plan, I've had a couple organizations that say, we've got a TIF district coming off the books 2 years from now, we use ARPA funds, and then we know we've got that money coming in the door. That's a different conversation, because the money, the ongoing revenue is going to be there to supplement. But when you're using one-time funds, we've got a couple county clients, in fact, one not too far from here, who very deliberately, back in February, adopted a new pay structure to the tune of about $300,000. $300,000 that they didn't have. The decision of that county board was unanimous, and the message that was sent by the board chair and the leaders of the board is, we know we need to pay this because of our employee issues. But now we're going to spend this whole year talking about how we're going to afford it. I don't know that it's going particularly well in that situation. Some of you are probably guessing who that might be, but the point is that it's a challenge. And so when you're dipping into reserves, or you're dipping into ARPA funds, or any other one-time revenue stream to pay for raises, unless it's a bonus, it's a one-time thing and it doesn't exist next year, it can put you in a very difficult position. We've already talked about fairness and that balancing act that occurs there. I won't belabor that point. The two irritants that usually crop up during this, and I would say probably is much more prevalent in today's marketplace, is one, the size of the increase. I think I should be all the way up here. I'm all the way down here on the pay schedule. Even worse, in some situations, we'll find, and so when you have the strategies of at least a 2%, 3%, whatever that number you establish, you're not dealing with a penny. That in some pay plans we've implemented over the years, that you might have at the top end of the pay schedule, $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 more earning potential than you never had before, but that implementation, the step provides an increase, might be a penny, or 2 cents, or 3 cents. Doesn't work that well in today's marketplace, and so looking at some of those other options. This one, time and time again, is the biggest irritant that we have, and that is length of service able to be recognized in the implementation? The answer is it can, but it's a factor of money. And so trying to find a way to implement a structure, and that's why as we offload these projects from ourselves back to our clients, as we wind down a project, we hand off a spreadsheet that allows the client to tailor a number of options. How do we do as much as we can with as little as we have? Do we go all in on one group of employees and leave nothing for the others, or do we come up with a formula? And nobody loves, because it does reduce certain situations to a value or a number as opposed to the individuals behind it. That's part of what we're being asked to do, is don't look at the individuals. It seems callous and cold, but really the intent is let's look at the jobs and make sure the jobs are aligned. And then ultimately there does need to be a conversation at some point in terms of how is this impacting the organization. Because you do have such a large grouping of employees at the bottom end of that pay schedule. I think it's like 60 to 70% are going to be coming on to step one in your structure. Now, if you remember that years of service graph where that big bar was less than 5 years of service, that's not at all surprising. But again, it's a challenge for you. I'm a recommender. I'm not a decision maker here. Ultimately, you're the ones left with the decisions, and the only caution I give you is that there's going to be a lot of questions and a lot of concerns about, I think I should be at step 7 instead of step 2, or whatever it might be. You get to make those decisions. It's a very slippery slope. You make a decision for one employee, you gotta make it for the next. You make it for one department, you gotta make it for the next department. You have that right, but it can be a snowball that goes on that hill very, very quickly, and I just have to provide that caution. As we talk about this, this is where the conversation certainly turns interesting, because the gray line and the black line are the two lines you've seen already, and it's a heavy lift. You look at 10, 15% behind market. That's a big number to try to accomplish in 1 year. And so it's our job to provide options to you in terms of how you best at least approach greater market competitiveness. If you recall that one graph where I had all of that county data and kind of where Rusk County lined up, 5%, 28%, 27%, all the way, as we worked our way across, that 50th percentile of that marketplace would be a very, I'll use the term aggressive, I'll put it in quotes because I think it's probably an overstatement, but it's a great leap. And financially, I think it would be very burdensome in terms of what you have available to spend. And I think most of the conversation from this point on is going to be about that, what's available to spend. So what we do, because we do have data points, most surveys we get 4 main data points. Sometimes we get lucky, we get more. We get the average, we get the median, we get the 25th and 75th percentile data from that marketplace. If you get a nice enough survey, we might get the 10th and 90th and maybe something else. But since we have that data, let's look at the 25th percentile, that blue line. Still moving forward, if you came forward and said, let's look at that in the marketplace, that's a viable solution. Our recommendation, based on trying to fit into your budget, is a pay plan that's based on a blend of the 25th and 50th percentile. I think it lines up with your demographics on that slide I showed previously, and it gets you into a pay structure that maybe isn't as competitive as everybody would like, but is moving you in the right direction. The other thing I would say about compensation, is I think people tend to think is, once we do this, I don't need to worry about it for another 3, 4, 5, 10 years. You gotta worry about it every single year. I mean, let's just be honest in terms of what you're dealing with, whether it's how is the market moving, or here's this one job we can't find the applicants for, are we in line with the market, or we've got to adjust, somebody left, so we're reshuffling the deck chairs, and so we're gonna change a role or a duty and have it reevaluated. The other part is that I don't believe, based on my prior conversations with the committee, my conversations with management, is that I don't think that this position, even at the 20th, 50th percentile, is your long-term goal. I can't speak for you, and that's ultimately your decision. I think, generally speaking, most organizations should be where this gray line is. There are ways of adjusting for that over the course of time, so let's get a structure in place. And next year, if the market is moving, wouldn't it be great if we were back to 3% inflation? But if we were at 3%, maybe you do 3.5% or 4% to keep nudging you in that direction. So when time comes to do an assessment of where you stand in the marketplace, you're able to be in a position to better compete, in that median position in the marketplace. I just put this here as kind of like, by trimming that marketplace a little bit to the 25th, 50th, it trims how far behind that version of the marketplace is for you. That's the only reason why I show it here. But this is a point I think is probably going to be the most impactful as it relates to why aren't we talking about longevity, or at least to a greater detail. Again, I'm not the keeper of your budget. There's been a lot of review of this. These first two are what I call our bookends. What's the cheapest way of doing it? That provides an increase. If you're paid $25 right now, and the next step in the new structure is $25.01, that's where you get placed. As academic or rudimentary as that, just only moving to the step provides an increase in pay. That alone is about $340,000, give or take. And people have come and gone during the course of this data, but we're just trying to give an illustration of what that would cost, commensurate with total years of employment. That number expands greatly. So now you're dealing, instead of $339,000, you're dealing with $1.1 million, almost 1.13. A very difficult conversation to have. I'm guessing, I don't know your budget, I'm guessing you don't have $1.2 million sitting in the bank just waiting to be spent on wages. And it's not a matter of, for 2023, that's an easier conversation. If we were just talking about a 1-year window of time, it's a relatively easy conversation in the grand scheme of things. It's that money needs to be there year over year over year for the organization to be able to afford it. Those are ongoing budgetary costs. And so the remaining, there's like 4 or 5 different options beyond this that we were talking about. What if we look at step placement? Step 5 if you have at least 4 years. Step 3 if you have at least 2. You can configure it however you want. The point is, every single time you do that, it increases in costs. And so trying to find that delicate balancing act, and so here, STEP provides at least a 2% increase, which is the recommended option right now. It's about $400,000 lift, big lift, especially if you compare, the notion of, the levy limits that the counties against. I forget what the number was, but it wasn't $400,000 in terms of your allowable levy increase. You're dealing with a budget where you're dealing with fuel costs, asphalt, paper, everything else, going up in cost as well. So trying to balance that and trying to incorporate it into the budget, you're kind of between that proverbial rock and a hard place. You need to do something with wages. It's a matter of what can you do with your available funds. And so, again, I can make the argument all day long as it relates to tenure and the value of it. It just is a matter of if you choose to reconfigure it, the underlying principle is it's going to cost more money than what's been budgeted thus far. As we wind down a process, we offer a classification review and appeals process. We understand that jobs change during the course of the study. The job documentation that comes our way at the beginning, it isn't always as complete maybe at times as it should be. As I said before, we try to calibrate or catch that during the course of the study. But it's that final dotting of the I's and crossing of the T's. If I were standing before you as a private sector project, this whole notion of an appeal wouldn't even occur. That, again, because nobody knows what, in most cases, nobody knows what anyone else gets paid. There's not the appeals process. What this is an appeal of the grade placement and not the step placement. And again, a lot of the frustration I think we've heard, trust me, it works on both sides of the fence, in terms of grade placement versus step placement. But the step placement is ultimately a policy decision of the county board that is based almost exclusively on what can we afford to spend and what's reasonable and equitable and fair and responsible. You can throw all of those sorts of words in there. But what it's not is policy decisions. Here's this grouping of comparables. I, the employee, think you should have used a different set of comparables. That's policy decision that we baked into the process. Performance. This person is great. Why can't we move them up? I probably agree in those situations that if the person's a great employee, but this is not, again, a recognition of somebody's performance. This is, that's not a process that you have had in place, and again, something you should work towards as opposed to try to do during the implementation of the study. Step placement we already talked about. The way the process works is got to have adoption first, kind of like a court case. There's nothing to appeal until you have some sort of adjudication. And once we know that we know that something's been approved, you might have an employee say, I need to kick the tires. Something doesn't feel right about my grade placement. We provide a limited amount of information. You might talk about limited information. We provide the rating levels for the job, for the individual job in question. We do not provide points. There's one main reason why we don't, and that is if I tell an employee your job is at 495 points, and the next grade up is 500. The only conversation, in fact, I just had this yesterday with a client, that what words do I need to use to get 5 more points? That's not the intent of what we're trying to do. We're trying to figure out, do we have the individual criteria in our evaluation system rated correctly? If the answer is yes, then the job is placed appropriately. If the answer is no, we're happy to make those adjustments because we want this to be accurate as well. We also only provide the rating levels for the job in question, and not, I want these 10 other rating levels. We want to focus on the job. We want to keep it very focused, and we want to keep it running on a very efficient path. At that point, the employee can make a decision, do I want to formally appeal or not? If the answer is yes, pretty simple form, here's the areas I'd like you to look at. If the answer is no, no harm, no foul. But the formal appeal doesn't occur. There's a step before that to help mitigate the number of appeals that might actually come through. We review them. We meet with the management team. We meet with the department director to talk about the appeal. In some instances, we might even afford the employee. When I say we, it's usually a client decision in terms of how the process is structured to give a brief statement in support of their appeal. But again, we provide recommendations. We don't make the decisions on the final appeal. I would encourage as at low a level as possible, in this case probably at the committee level if you can, even to approve or deny those if it needs to go to the full board. I don't control your politics. So I'll let you in terms of making that decision, but ultimately that final approval. And I don't need to go through this because I forgot that I already included it, so you don't have that, so you're lucky. But I would say, as we talk about sustaining a compensation program and really the budget, and I think when I started my career back in the early 90s, it was coming out of the recessionary times of the 80s, and lots of talk. And in fact, I remember lots of intergovernmental coordinating committees and shared services across county lines. And over the course of time, they kind of got blurred or went away. I think as counties and as employers, we like our own. I think we're going to find a lot more conversations as the relief at the state level probably is not coming. I don't see thousands or millions of dollars being pumped into shared revenue. I don't see the relief coming on the levy limits. And I'm not even going to make a statement whether or not I think that's right or wrong. As a fact, I don't think those things are going to happen. And so organizations are going to be challenged with how do we manage having the necessary programs and services and the employees behind those programs and services to do what you need to do. There's a whole bunch of things. I don't need to go through this list. I think it's kind of self-explanatory. But there's going to be a lot of prioritization. There's going to be a lot of discussions across county lines. You've had, in the last few years, you had Ozaukee and Washington County talking about joint public health departments and making that work. You've got Bayfield and Ashland County right now talking about, can we do a joint dispatch center? Because again, trying to manage this, as individual employers is getting more and more difficult. And one of the most hard to fill jobs that's out there, as it relates to dispatcher, and I would say jailer's probably not far behind there. But the point is that sustaining this and trying to make this work, and especially as you talk about how do we recognize and capture employee longevity into the equation, I think these sorts of things are going to be on your minds and lips a lot more frequently. I don't think you have an easy job ahead of you next year or probably for the next 5 to 10 years, to be honest, in terms of some of those things that are going to challenge your budget. So for us, it gets me almost to the end. In fact, I'll use this as my final slide. I have one more. I'll just leave my final. We gotta make sure we're strategically aligned. Now, strategically aligned right now probably doesn't mean what it should be 4 or 5, 10 years down the road. What I mean by that is we've got you moving forward from a compensation perspective. we don't have the problem solved in terms of being in the middle of the marketplace where I think most organizations would want to be. So I think it's a healthy move forward. Internal equity, I think we're really darn close. Do we have some jobs we're going to need to revisit on appeal? I have no doubt. You would be unlike any other project we've ever seen if we didn't have a couple of jobs we need to go back through and dot our I's, cross our T's. But I think we're pretty close. Are we market competitive? Just got done talking about in terms of some of that strategy. I can't imagine you talking about compensation without talking about the other two legs of the stool. Total rewards, I think, is such an important piece. The benefits. I often get asked, well, should we discount our pay due to the benefits? And the answer is absolutely not. Our reasoning, and I think it's pretty strong reasoning, is that when you're recruiting for employees, oftentimes the first and probably the only thing that they're looking at is what rate of pay are you offering for that job. If you say, well, we're going to pay 10, 15% less because of benefits, you're not going to get the applicants. It's not a scare tactic. It's simply fact that benefits, even though they should be equal in an employee's mind when looking at a new job, it's usually, I've had my first interview, I've got my offer of employment, and I have to respond within a week when the kitchen table math starts occurring on the benefits front. So it's something that solidifies a job offer, it keeps employees in their job, but our recommendation to clients is if you got a compensation problem, address the compensation problem. You got a benefits problem, address the benefits problem. Because they roll up into the same budget, but don't discount one for the other because you're asking for problems that I don't think, that would be unintended consequences. Third leg of the stool, and I encourage all of our clients to take it to heart, is that employee engagement, the employee experience factor. The reason why that's such an important piece is because statistically, Gallup Corporation, they're known for their political polls, but they also do fantastic work on employee engagement. They publish a report every few years, the State of the American Workforce. If you're interested in that sort of thing, it's an excellent read. But there's also all sorts of other analysis done that if you have a culture that employees want to come work for, you can get away with paying less. Maybe not a lot less, but you don't have to be a top payer if you have a place where people want to work. If you have a culture of appreciation for the work that people do. There was a study, there's two, Harvard Business Review back in 2018, 2019, that if an employee had a job with meaning and purpose, 9 out of 10 employees would be willing to take less money for that job. Guess what you got in the public sector? You got jobs filled with meaning and purpose. You got to advertise it. You got to shout it from the mountaintops. You look at, there's a fantastic book out there, Payoff by Dan Ariely, behavioral economist, and basically on the motivational factor of money. And did a study where you had control group, pizza, pay, and compliments. And each employee was in a different group in this factory in Israel, and pay had an immediate effect, and then it tanked. Pizza had a really good effect. Giving employees food or pizza was okay, but the one that had the longest lasting effect was a simple act of great job, I appreciate what you do for us. They had the longest effect, and so you cannot say enough about that. And what does this have to do with compensation? It's because if you're a good place to work, again, I'll repeat myself, you don't have to be the top payer in the community. You can get away with a little bit less than that. It really has to start at the top and work its way down into the organization. Affordable, I think it's going to be a conversation that's going to be on your lips after I'm long gone, in terms of what can we afford and what can we sustain. And as I said before, it's not a set it and forget it. And people often ask, well, how often do we have to do these things? This is disruptive enough. Why on earth do we want to do it again? I don't want you to do it again anytime in the near future. What I would say is, you've gone through a full study, you get the analysis done in terms of the hierarchy in the market every 2 to 5 years. If you're in an incredibly hot marketplace, maybe every 3 years you need to step out and say, are we aligned with the market? As the market cools down a little bit, maybe every 5 years. We're just testing the marketplace. It's not as intrusive, it's not as comprehensive. It's allowing you to take that temperature to make sure you don't get out of line. And then every decade to 15 years, it depends on if you've adjusted the structure annually, as jobs realign, they're reevaluated and placed in the structure. You shouldn't have to do a full study about every 10, 15 years. But again, it depends on, we've had to come back in 4 years later because of decisions made, and we've got some where, it's just perpetual, we don't have to do a full study because every year we're sitting down, we're making sure that none of the jobs have changed dramatically, and we're testing the marketplace, and it's just that perpetual maintenance of a structure. So, again, it's not a set it and forget it situation. I missed my mark by a little bit. I'm a couple minutes over. I'm only at an hour 12, which is a good sign, and I don't even know if it was based on when I started the presentation or since I've been talking. But I know that this is an incredibly touchy issue. There's not a compensation study that we don't engage in where somebody feels that my job or my employees' jobs aren't placed where I think they should be. And again, I'm just going to reiterate, because I believe it is probably at the heart of it, is this notion of longevity. I think it's a very legitimate conversation. I think there are things that you can do next year or the year after to help mitigate some of that frustration, but to accomplish all of it all at one time, I think is a very incredibly big financial lift for you. And you need to really be comfortable with it if you're going to go down that pathway. That's my only caution with that. It's a very valid conversation and a very important conversation, but it's also expensive. I don't know if I've answered everybody's questions. If I haven't, I'm here. I'll answer as many as I can. If I don't know, I'm going to tell you I don't know. You just want to be rid of me. That's also a possibility.
I would, yeah, good.
What do you see in Pat? I'm sure other counties are having to deal with this, but it sounds good. What do you see in some of these situations where, say, you have a certain position that's 20, it's going to take 25% to bring them up on the grid. And then you have another situation where they're already, because of some pay adjustments that were made, they're already up in, say, step 15 plus. Any guidance there, or can you share with what you're seeing, how other counties are trying to overcome that?
I think the only way, I'm going to probably tell you things that unless it's dealt with right away, say we're going to implement this over 2 years. That this is a heavy lift, because in some positions it is a heavy lift in terms of financially. But we had a project. It doesn't matter when it was, because it happened more frequently. Probably when I care to that. Here's these 5 employees in this particular role. I'm trying to keep the jobs obscure here, but we've got 5 employees in this role. They're all going step 1 or 2, and they've been here a great deal of time. Real life situation, and the response was, you know what, we can't deal with everything upon implementation. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. Without exaggeration, if it wasn't 2 weeks, it was a month that they had to hire somebody and they had to cross that bridge. That bottom of the pay structure compression is going to require some conversations and some tough decisions over the course of time to do that. But that person who's been there, especially if you've been here 2 months and you're getting that 25%, to step 1, what I frequently hear from boards is, well, they accepted the rate of pay. Why isn't that acceptable? Again, that's not the charge we've been given. We've been given what is the appropriate rate of pay for that classification, not what is the appropriate rate of pay for that individual. And so most organizations are ripping the Band-Aid off and saying, we just got to deal with it. They've been behind the market. Let's get them into a market competitive position, and let's move forward from there. We know it's going to, in fact, again, 60-70% of your employees are at step 1. So it's probably the case for, it is the case for the overwhelming majority of your employees, getting onto the structure and then letting them move through. And you're going to have some hiccups, or you're going to have to make some decisions on, well, we got to bring this employee in at step 2, and everybody else is at step 2. Moving to step 3, so we have some parity in the organization. And it's so that slide I had about exceptions and being that slippery slope, that's where that kicks in, is that you're going to have to make some exceptions. I have no doubt in my mind whatsoever that at some point in the very near term, you're going to be faced with some exceptions. Is trying to take as measured and realistic and responsible approach as you possibly can. It can get out of control pretty quickly if you don't.
Was there any, because this is a new committee, a lot of their committees are new.
Sure.
Was there any guidance, because I know this thing kind of got a really slow start to it, if I'm not mistaken. So do you feel
Yes.
feel that department heads had their opportunity to go? My understanding was department heads had the opportunity to double check the JDQs and have conversations with you. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. So everyone had their chance, from a department head standpoint, to at least discuss some of these things, their concerns with you during the process.
And vice versa, we were able to discuss our concerns as well in terms of.
Okay, so those were kind of went over, if I'm understanding you correctly. And then, was there any other feedback that you've gotten from the previous organization when this started on where they wanted to see this process go? Was there any type of guidance there at all?
I think the only guidance, as I recall, was we know we're behind the market, and we know we need to fix it. I think that's about as emotionally mature responses you're going to get at that stage in the process. We don't know how far behind. We just know that we're having a problem finding and retaining employees, and we need to get this done in order to do so.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Mine, Terry?
Yeah, no, go ahead.
You quoted something, 61% of our employees are below,
Between 60 and 70%.
are what level?
Below, they would be going to step one because they're below the pay
Step
structure.
one.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I think it's 67%. I think.
So, if, like, we would just be implemented, if an organization implemented this and kept up with it over time, all the, all discrepancies just start to work themselves out. If we, so say a company that's been doing this for 10 years, does that get better over 10 years if you commit to it, or is that still all over the place?
I would say year 10 of a compensation structure looks a lot better because you have allowed that people to move through the structure, so you don't have that new versus, young versus tenured versus junior employees, those sorts of situations. So one of the things we talked about this morning a little bit was, what are some of those strategies in terms of if we want to try to recognize a little bit of tenure next year or 2024. I'm going to say next year. I'm talking 2024 now. What are some of those things that maybe that is a priority for 1 year that we're trying to just move employees a little bit further? I've had some clients say, we want to make certain employees who've been with us at least a decade, we're going to find some way over the course of a couple, 2-3 years to move them closer to that control point so we can be more equitable. But, the old adage of how do you eat the elephant? You eat it one bite at a time. You do as much as you can with what you have in a responsible fashion. But you're absolutely right. Year 5 of structure looks and feels a lot better if it's maintained, if it's kept reasonably up to date. It should be a little bit more, a little less painful. It's going to be, don't get me wrong, all of this we're talking about here, and all of the concerns that were raised, those are pain points. Those are very legitimate pain points. It's just how do you maximize what you have and what you're able to do.
You're saying that ARPA funds should not be an option.
I'm not a financial advisor. I would just run away from that if you could. Unless you've got a plan to replace those ARPA funds with ongoing revenues immediately thereafter. I'll let your finance director
Get a pretty ugly look at her.
Patrick on that.
I just have a question. When I was talking to Jamie about that, I don't remember them ever calling me and, talking about our JDQs. Well, then I found the email and went, oh, that's right. But, so at that time though, we didn't know anything, so what was the purpose of that call? They didn't have any questions for me about the JDQ, so I didn't either.
If we didn't have questions regarding your JDQs, that's probably a good sign. But there were many others where we did, and that's the whole intent, is that for us to evaluate the jobs.
So then, but we didn't have, we, like what we have now, we've got it in front of us. We know where everybody's at on the level, on the grade, and now is when we would have the questions, which, was kind of upsetting that it was already went to the board to get okayed when we didn't even know where we were on the grade.
And that is a question that I have on every single project probably a dozen times over. I think there's been some acknowledgement that, that we're dealing with a current administrative team on this project. So trying to, and the experience we've had trying to land the results here has been great, but trying to get things jump-started, it's a challenge. And it is, you're not the only one. That we've had, I think during the course of this summer alone, we've had 5, if not 6 projects where either the chief HR or chief administrative or both positions left in the middle of a project, and trying to pick up those pieces and keep momentum is incredibly difficult. The other piece, and it depends on the board, depends on the council, depends on whatever entity we're in, is that some organizations we want everybody to weigh in. That's chaos. We want nobody to weigh in. That's also chaos. And find that middle ground. And the challenge when you're dealing with something that is so sensitive and so subject to revision, because this is the first time you've done something like this in a long time, that again, kind of using that comparison and contrast between the public sector and the private sector. The private sector, that never gets down even to the manager level in many cases, let alone the employee level. And so trying to, how much inclusion do we have? Most of our conversations, I believe, have been, as it relates to, here's our preliminary recommendations that have been done in different sessions of committees. Now, in terms of some of those other elements, accessibility, that's a whole different thing. That's none of my worry, but the point is that this wasn't done in a vacuum. I think everyone knew that this was ongoing. I think there's a lot of frustration. Why isn't it done quicker? I think it's a very legitimate concern and frustration, but it's been chugging along, and as we've needed updates or guidance or at least to offload information, we've done so appropriately. And so I think you just had a lot of confluence of events happen that have maybe not made it as perfect a process as maybe even we would have liked, let alone you as a client. I don't have a better answer for you, I'm sorry. I can't recognize people, I love the chair recognized.
Earlier in the presentation, you said that you weren't a big fan of pay for performance in the public sector because it's harder to maintain the plans in the long run. What do you see as the better evaluation method, or for like years going on as an alternative to that?
As I said, I think it's very important that you get good at evaluating employees. Let's just break it down kind of in, Gallup has a tool called the Q12 that helps measure employee engagement. Question 1 of the Q12, I know it's expected of me at work. Well, there's a couple ways you can, my boss told me, here's my job description, but also I know it's expected of me at work. Here's my evaluation, here's my goals, here's my expectations, here's where I need to improve, here's where I'm doing great. But I am a firm believer in annual evaluations that are probably 25% backward looking. You should know where you were this last year. There should be no surprises. 75% forward looking. Here's where we need you to go to develop based on what is happening in our department, in your respective field. But again, I'm a firm believer in annual reviews with at least quarterly check-ins with the employees. Get really good at that. If you get really good at that, and then you decide, we want to introduce pay into the equation, we're not quite certain, you can do a spot bonus. That here's, instead of having, we're going to tie it to your ongoing pay, maybe here's the opportunity for $500, no. Strike that word. $500 or $1,000, bonuses, once a year to recognize, because one of our consultants, I wish I had her full time, she works for us 25% time, but in her former job as an HR director, that they had a bonus program of that nature, and her response was that not only were we able to recognize the top performers, but we might have an employee who's an average performer, but there's one point during the course of the year they did something so outstanding that's worthy of recognition, you don't have to put it in pay where it's a forever thing for a one-time event. And so there are all sorts of things you can do from a recognition and rewards standpoint. I think, I gave a presentation a couple of weeks ago to a group of county personnel directors, and one of the slides that we talked about was, what is the employee's currency? Some people are incredibly motivated by pay. You probably know every single one of those employees. But you also have, give me control over my job. Let me have training. Let me have opportunities to grow, so when a promotion that comes, that I'm ready for that. Time off. There's a million, in fact, there's a book, literally 1,501 ways of low-cost, no-cost ways to reward employees. Some of them are really hokey. Some of them, make sense. There are ways of addressing these things. From a performance standpoint, regular conversations supplemented by an annual review, so employees kind of know the backwards view and the trajectory. But tying those two together can be incredibly controversial. If you do it right, it can also be incredibly rewarding. But it's got to be done right. So that's why I say take your time. Don't rush into it. Get the elements in place, and again, if you ever make that decision, then you can certainly go down that pathway.
Do you have any words of wisdom when they try to blend longevity with performance? Because some people just exist for, and longevity has nothing to do with the performance. Do you have any words of wisdom on how to, when it relates to pay and things like that, blending longevity and performance or incentive?
Yeah, I'm trying, I had a former, I had a finance director I worked with, he had a term that I'm probably not gonna use, but just, you know, that sometimes, I'm a huge fan of employees who have tenure. I'm an even bigger fan of employees who have tenure and are positive contributors to the organization. And I would say by and large, probably have that. I can't speak, you know, but it's usually the 80-20, 90-10 rule that, you know, that 80% are great, the 20% are nightmares, or 10%. I mean, so you have that. I think there's probably, if I rewind to the beginning of my career to where we stand today, and especially in the public sector, I think that this notion of certain roles, you know, can get away with just doing nothing. And please understand, I'm exaggerating for the sake of effect. That there's less tolerance for that. There's less tolerance internally, but I think there's less tolerance at the public level as well. And so I think organizations have gotten a lot better of, you know, if you're not a contributing member of our organization, we're going to either coach you up or out of the organization. And I think if you value tenure and seniority, you also have to value that there's at least some meaningful contribution being made by that employee, or that evaluation process certainly can be of great use. But it also comes down to, if you're going to recognize tenure or seniority or longevity, whatever you want to call it, that cannot be the only factor that is taken into consideration long term. With a step plan, that certainly takes center stage. If you're here another year and you've met the expectations of the employer, that's another key thing that people often say, well, this isn't paid for performance, you know, with a step plan. And by definition, no, it's not. But you should have a policy in place that no employee should move from one step to the next if they are not meeting the expectations of their job. Now, that can be defined a couple of ways. I mean, if you have a formal evaluation system, that's the easiest. You've met the expectations, thank you, let's move you through. But even without the formal, that you were suspended last year. Your last worry should be, am I getting a step increase? Performance improvement plan for meaningful things. You know, verbal warnings, those things happen. You know, that might not necessarily be a disqualifying event. But I think it's measuring, managing performance, trying to recognize some of the longevity or tenure. You know, so as I look at this, you know, even if we were, you know, I don't know if I ever recommended, let's just take everyone through the service and just plot them all on the chart. But grouping it into, you know, if you've got greater than 5, greater than 7, whatever number it is, we'll try to move it along, because we do value that. But I think ultimately it comes down to that performance management piece, that you have to do that, especially when you're going to be faced with a lot of tough budget decisions, and this isn't your only tough budget. And probably since 2001, you know, when levy limits were kind of made more permanent, your budget conversation, you haven't had an easy budget. I would guess you haven't had an easy budget since 2001, if not before that. And so as these times get tighter, having these conversations to make certain that your departments are keeping those employees who are contributing, and you know, we oftentimes engage in what's called a 9-box exercise. In fact, we just had to do this for our company, where who are your high-performing employees? That's easy, usually. But also, who are your high potential? I'm trying to figure that out. And I would say the best of all worlds is high-performing, high-potential, longevity, you know, long-term employees. If you got that, you've got the world, you know, tiger by the tail. So tenure oftentimes is a measure of success in the job. It's not the only success. And it's not inconceivable if you go down that path of recognizing performance that somebody who's been here 5 years but is just knocking it out of the park and is motivated to do good can surpass an employee if you go down that path. And that should be the expectation, that, you know, eventually tenure, although important and is a driving factor, is not the only driving factor. I don't know if I talked myself in a circle, if I actually gave you an answer, so I'll
No,
determine
yeah,
that.
I think you expanded on some of that, and it's a complicated thing.
It is.
To try and blend all that together. And your supervisors or department heads and everything have to be trained in employee evaluation also, to make it worthwhile.
One of the biggest challenges we saw, and I'm stealing words from my predecessor, Charlie Carlson, one of the founders of the Carlson Detman, that performance is such an important piece of the puzzle. But making these decisions and kind of the long-term viability, there are so many moving pieces. And pulling the levers, like if you're operating I operated equipment in my college years 30 years ago. I don't know what to do now, but you're in the back or some other piece of equipment, you start pushing the levers around, you're gonna swing wildly. Same thing that happens with compensation. You push too hard on any one of the individual levers, you're gonna be all over the place. Gentle adjustments, trying to calibrate and move things along over the course of time. So it's just gonna be some fine tuning as you go along. You're gonna get 6 months in, this doesn't work. We need to try something a little bit different. Oh, this really works. Let's go all in on this concept. It's a discovery process.
Thank you.
I've got one more for you, Pat. Down here towards the bottom, I'm just wondering where you gathered some of this data from. So you've got like drivers and extra help with animal shelter, stuff like that. Step one on those positions is in low $11 an hour. How can you justify a number like that in Quick Trip and convenience stores that pay in the 15% range, as I understand it?
Can I speak on this one?
Feel free.
Okay. These were positions that really did not fit within a wage study because they were part-time positions, but we wanted them included on the grid.
Okay.
So, that is why that they are sitting where they are at. We wanted.
You just needed something to put with them, so to speak.
Right.
Because I think like
Because
extra help with the animal shelter, we tried hiring people 10 or 11, now we're at 13. At least we had some.
You have boundaries, and
because these are the things that, okay, and I probably would do the same thing if I was an employee here, that are gonna get picked apart. How can you justify this and not this? I know that one's really ticky-tacky, it's pretty self-explanatory, but there's gonna be other things that are much bigger.
but using these roles as an example, last year was the first year we did it, and we're repeating it in a month or so here, that every year, when I was HR and even beyond, what do we pay our crossing guards, our lifeguards, our clerical fill-in assistants, extra help, or some of these other roles that they should be on a normal pay schedule because you're expecting them to work either, 10 hours a week. It's not a regular ongoing position. My threshold is usually when they become benefit eligible, especially maybe you might have a job where you got 5 full-time employees and this other job that's 40%. If it was only that 40% role, maybe it doesn't belong, because you have those full-time roles that one gets put along with it. But those other roles, that is a different market. Library page is a classic example of people who are taking books off the shelf or returning them to the shelves. Usually a high school sophomore, junior, or someone who's retired. And there's people who fit in between too, but it's not a job that would normally fit on a wage schedule. So what I was trying to get at is I say every year. This is our second year, so I can't say every year. But we've been doing a statewide survey of cities and counties and villages. What are you paying for these various roles? Because it's a much more local question. And I have no disagreement whatsoever when you talk about the Quick Trips and McDonald's and the world, that those wages are being elevated. I've had situations, and I won't identify the department, that, not here, but just in general, where that's great that we have a job that's gonna pay $17 an hour. If I pay that job $17 an hour, our federal funding will only account for $14 an hour of that cost. We're either gonna have to cut that program, or we're gonna have to go onto the levy. And so it's that balancing act of how do we make these things work? And so, and the ones I'm thinking of, they're in very part-time roles, serving a very important demographic group. I'm guessing you're nodding your head like you probably understand which roles I'm talking about. But so sometimes you're making decisions based on funding. I hate making those decisions because you're stepping away from equity and some of those other things. But as a taxpayer myself, and as someone who values the public service, I'd rather see services remain intact to the extent that they can, to the extent that the governing bodies I'm working with want those services to remain. And sometimes that means making decisions and recommendations for alternative approaches to compensation to accomplish that.
I think we're gonna say thank you.
Thank you.
Well, let's be honest, we didn't have some of this information last year. So, this whole, I didn't even know this. So, I think we need, this is in my opinion, I think we need to look at, this is great that we got these steps here now. Now I think we need to go through and look at what someone's currently at.
Yeah.
Put this on this spreadsheet also. And then we can play with some different ideas of what's fair. I mean, I hate to throw these ideas out there because I don't want these running, everybody just automatically saying, oh, well, he said this and this is gonna happen, but we have to throw ideas out there. And they don't mean squat until we pass them or the board passes them. But what we could do is maybe, I've been pondering this, maybe some of these large ones that we need to bring up to speed, we could do them over, I don't know where they all are. We need to see where that lays on this spreadsheet. We do it over 2 years, or maybe 3. And then maybe we take some of these positions, instead of worrying about this 2%, if we're gonna implement the step, then I think we need to probably follow the step. But I think anybody that's past a certain point is not going to see anything. That's my thought. And anyone that is, say, to bring them up to step 1, is if they're already at step 1 or whatever, then maybe they just go to step 2. I'm just throwing ideas out there. Maybe they get bumped up 1 step at this point if they're just at 1. I think if we do this fairly, it'll appear more fair, and I think we can stay within the parameters. Maybe if we move some different numbers around, Jimmy's gonna love me for this, but we move some different numbers around to stay within what we have to work with. That's just an idea.
Yeah.
Not sure if
From
it's
what
doable.
you're saying, it just sounds like those numbers are just gonna go down.
Which,
I mean, cause and Patrick, what do you,
I'm just
not
gonna bail
bringing
on
people
you.
to step, well, you can't leave yet.
Oh, you're fine.
Have other counties done that, not fully implemented the people that aren't even at step 1?
My concern with not doing that, I completely understand the thought process is, if it's a single incumbent role, it's an easier conversation to have. When you have that, I think that's the example I use with the multiple incumbents, where now we're gonna bring new employees in. Because if you bring a new employee in at step 1 and you got other people waiting below to get implemented for another year or so, you have an issue. And that's where my response before was, taking, the full bite of the apple, just getting people onto the structure, because it can present some pretty severe hiring challenges. Either A, you have to hire the new employees below where those existing employees are, which has been part of your challenge in terms of being able to recruit based on wage, or pony up and get all those people onto the schedule appropriately, and that's also a heavy financial lift. But
well, we have some positions that are new hires, and I'm not picking on anybody here, I'm just saying it because it's my job to. So, we have some new positions here that are with less than 6 months, and that are going to see substantial, that's where I'm like, we gotta do it so it's fair for everybody, I get that. And I don't wanna, but we have some people that haven't even made it through their full probationary period. So, I don't know.
Terry, can I ask a question? This is for Jamie. When he was saying that 60-some% of the employees are less than 10 years on that, and it seemed like most of them, if I understood you right, were not even on step 1 here. Do we know, if you moved them all to step 1, do we know what the financial implication of that would be?
We have.
If you just did, not the ones that are further out, but so if there's 60-some% of the first 5 years or whatever.
Well, okay, so that's the scenario that you guys have with this sheet here. This is to get everybody to the lowest step on this grid that would provide at least a 2% increase. So, for example, if somebody is making $20 an hour, that would, you take that times 1.02, which would be what, $20.40 per hour, and then within their grade, they'd be placed on the step that is, you know, let's say they, okay, let's look at, just for an example.
Do you want me to put that down?
Yeah, it actually has a really good,
See, that's where I'm wondering, we should just
right, and
get
so
rid of it.
if that 2% is less than step one, then they'd be placed on step one. Otherwise, they would be placed, you know, wherever else on the grid. So, but there's another, you know, if you just want people to be placed on the grid at the step that they would be currently at, or that provides an increase, which would be the lowest step possible, there is that scenario, but there's people that would get pennies. I mean,
So if
and
it's
there's
less,
positions that are technically below step one that would get, you know, maybe a 1% increase just to get to step one.
so if it's less than 2%, do we move them to step 2?
Yeah, here, I'll go through this. So this is just a sample, this is not really in relation to our grid. So this person, or this position would be at 2304. Thank you, Ellie. So, a 2% increase, which as Jamie said, would be 2304 times 1.02 would be 2350. So then go through their steps and look where that would land. It lands between a step 5 and a step 6. We're saying we're gonna give them at least a 2% increase. So we're not gonna go down. We would place them up at step 6, which would be 2356. So they're actually gonna get a slightly more than 2% increase. So then this position 2 at 2801 with a 2% increase would be 2857. Well, as you can see, they fall off the grid. So then that position would be red circled in accordance to our handbook. There's a red circle policy in there. This position 3 currently makes $16 an hour. 2% increase would be $16.32. You can see they're nowhere near being on the grid, so they would go to a step 1, and they would end up getting much more than a 2% increase. So that's how we're calculating that.
Well, then that's the point I'm trying to make. Do we wanna go 2%, or we just, if someone's short, less than 2%, we just move to step 2, instead of all the way to step 6?
So, cut their pay?
Right, that
That would
Lower.
If you're past, no, if someone's not at step 1, I'm not talking about those numbers. Someone's not at step 1, we need to bring them to step 1, okay? If it's less than 2%, if it's moving them 10 cents, then maybe we should make a bump to step 2.
So minimum of 2% increase.
But we should use the step process.
That's, you're reiterating what they're the same thing.
But we're bumping, some of these are going all the way, like she said.
But they're already.
But they're
there.
already
They're on
above
the
the
grid.
50.
But I'm talking about the ones that are not on it.
Right, so the ones that are not on it, they would be placed on step 1.
Or a minimum.
if it came
Or minimum 2%.
Yeah.
But I don't know if I agree with, so we need to find, like we said, we need to draw a line somewhere where it's gonna be 2%, or it's gonna be one step. I just don't know how to.
Well, we have there's 1.25% between the steps. We added extra steps, sorry.
Well, as the lady said here, down at the highway department, we only got 2, we got 1 and 2, that's it.
Right, and the information that was presented in that wage increase was not accurate. The, highway workers would be, the highway worker 2 specifically, is currently at $23.46 an hour. If I take that times 1.02%, that would place it at $23.93, which would then, step 6. Okay, grade 6, okay. Grade 6 would be then at, no, sorry, not grade 6, we're
Grade 9.
grade 9.
When you start out, you're locked
That would
into
put
there
them at
for 5 years.
step 7, I believe.
at step 7, or would be at step 7, I think. Highway 2.
Yes.
Where's number 1?
Step 1.
That's 2106 for step 1 on highway worker 1. How does that compare?
So highway worker 1, what they're making right now, sorry. So highway worker ones are currently at 2244.
At 2244, so they're kind of at step 5.5.
So 2289 would be 8%.
Just above step 7.
Makes sense.
When you first started out, we locked into that for 5 years.
Right, but you'd still, you know, with performance-based, be able to move up.
Probably you could move up or down.
On the steps, yeah. But, you know, the
It
grade.
should take you 5 years to learn how to do that. I mean, you can't pick it up a year or two if there's something wrong. You know that too. You should get to the next level.
They'd still, and that part is something that to take up with the highway committee on that, or how they move from highway worker 1 to highway worker 2.
Yeah, that is a part of this.
But with the performance base, they would still move up in.
5 years ago, it's been a lot longer than that. I'm going with some flag, but it'd be like 10 years. That's even too long. 5 was even too long.
That's in writing for the highway?
I don't even know if it's still that many, no, I'm not sure.
I don't recall ever hearing that that's in writing. Right, but can we just give some writing, whatever, I don't want to get too far.
So for those that aren't on the step, you're talking about moving them up to step 1, and for others that are already on here, you're going to give them a 2% increase?
At least a 2% increase on the step that provides at least that much.
Okay, so you've got kind of a bifold thing. One to move up to get on the grid, the other one, if they're already on the grid, they get
Right.
2%.
No, but let's say they're 15 cents short of step 1.
Then we take what their current pay is times 1.02 and move them, so they would probably start at a step 3 then, depending on what their current wage is. Because that's the step that would provide at least a 2% increase.
And that's gonna be the 440. No, sorry.
Now, they don't get any raise at all, or they get the 2%?
So what we're proposing is that they would get 2% for this year, and then, going forward, until that position catches up.
Yeah, what's your thoughts on it? I'd like to hear your thoughts on it.
It's awful confusing that a lot of our employees are on the grid that's somewhere right now. You know, they're on there,
But the majority are not. Oh, I shouldn't say the majority.
I mean, we do have some cases where they're up there in that step 18, 20 already, right? With some increases we did here in the last couple of years.
Not a lot.
So I mean, we need to figure out a spot, where do we say, or do we do that and say no increase?
The red circle thing, we tried that before.
those people that are on the grid already, they should get something, but not as much as.
Or maybe if they're so far up, maybe they don't get the same rate. Still get an increase, but not the same to try that. That's the only way you're ever going to level out this playing field, right?
Bring it back in the same plane.
1% how many?
Because if we do, my thought is if we do 2 all the way across, you're never gonna gain anything here. You're always gonna have that huge gap.
And the people that are hired on the grade, steps, 2% amounts to be more, too. Because it is a percentage,
More dollar.
More
Dollar
dollar.
amount.
More dollar.
But then my other concern is we have to remember next year, we have it this year, we have to be able to sustain it next year. Because we had those years in the past where the county could not, and that's why we're in the situation we're in now.
You have a way, like on your spreadsheet, like right now, we're estimating everything on the 20th, 50th, good, let's look on this trend, about 40%. But could we put like, say, instead of 25% out, 35% out, or something, so maybe just a little, back it off a little bit and give us room to,
You're looking at me.
Yes.
We're just having a side conversation here that, cause you've made some alterations to the step process. I can reconfigure it, it's gonna take about a half hour, give or take, to reconfigure the costing spreadsheet to account for those additional steps. We have a methodology for approximating a percentile, so I think we can help with that. And we'll put that as part of the model. The answer is yes. Okay.
I think if we did something like that, then maybe we can work, the money we save, we can use towards some of the stuff that, and I think they're good ideas, such as like I know I had tuition reimbursement, things for growth, or opportunity for growth, maybe some kind of bonus or incentive for people that have been for like their performance. Because if we used to spend put all our marbles in on this, then we're not gonna have much to do with anything else. And I think there's some good ideas there that we're not, with that said, we're not gonna have time probably to go for the budget lots of this year, and some of this requires things that we're so far behind on that might take us maybe a year or years to implement. And I'm sure you see stuff too, but if we put everything in, like Jim says, if we aren't looking for a couple of years, well, a couple of year plan, how are we gonna do that?
Well, and then another thing that got brought up in finance, right? We discussed it in finance that maybe we don't wanna put all, because according to the survey we got back from the employees, it sounded like it was kind of, if I remember correctly, it was a little bit of a mix between benefits and. So do we wanna put all our eggs in this basket? Or do we wanna maybe contribute a little bit back and try to move that HSA back in a positive direction for the employees? Maybe, I don't know how much, we kicked around, I think, like $400, that was a number that was just kinda thrown out. To try to even that back up a little bit, so that both areas of the spectrum felt some benefit, we weren't just catering to one group. Which I think at 400 or 450, the number was give or take 45,000 a year to do that.
I got a bunch of employees now. My problem without, that I know we gotta pay for this, right? That's kinda your problem and your problem. But without starting to get somebody's equal out, Jim, if we drag this 2 years or 3 years, who are we gonna lose in the midst because they can go somewhere else that's a damn good employee and don't wanna lose? That's number one. Number two, if we don't, should I say, bite the bullet somewhere along the line, we're gonna continue to get farther and farther behind, which is gonna continue to hurt us more and more and more. Now, granted, like I said, your finance, we gotta pay for this, I understand that. But somewhere along the line, we have to start to catch up a little bit, or we're gonna keep going backwards. Correct.
Well, I'm not disputing that.
No, that's, yeah.
But I'd like to see it done in a way so that we can possibly balance out both sides of the.
But we gotta find the money where we're gonna come up with it. It's not gonna be just a one-year deal, it's gonna be a. Right. Continuous. But I'm thinking we should, maybe go with top 1%, lower ones 2% for now.
And then bring everybody up to at least step one. And then we'll just have to decide at finance if we have something yet to do on the HSA side. We think we do, but we'd have to go back and look at it a little closer.
1% or we'd be doing pretty good.
So you want like above a certain grade to have a 1% increase and below a certain grade to have?
I'm just writing formulas in my head, so don't take my body language as being anything. I'm just trying to think of that.
I think that's incorrect, though. You're talking different, if you're at a certain step, 1% or 2%.
Oh yeah, sorry, I meant steps. Did I say grades? I meant steps, sorry. Okay.
So I have a question, what about longevity? If you don't wanna include that, I get that part. But what if you give them a little bit more increase, like, with 3%, you know what I'm saying? To show that there's longevity.
The lower ones or what?
No, just with the longevity, cause we have some people here that are, I mean, you can do a 10, a 20, and a 30, and maybe keep it up a 0.5%, you know what I mean?
That's what I was saying, like, if we start our percentile lower, keep our budget number the same that you had in your budget, keep that number that we have allocated for wages the same, but lower our percentile a little bit, and then we'll have a little bit of surplus on top, and then that, down the road, we can figure that out, because I don't think we've got time, because there's gonna be a lot of confusion, you guys are probably this far, and at some point, you guys probably wanna sleep and go home and see your kids or whatever. But then we'll work in the next few months or whatever to figure out a way to take that last allocation to maybe reward people that have been here longer, or find other ways, like I said, maybe it's advancing their career, maybe some people paying for their schooling to continue their education or whatever. I mean, there's a lot of ideas brought up here. There's probably ideas we haven't thought about, but if we spend all of our money now, we're not gonna be able to do that, and I don't think we're, at this point, we're so late in the game, I don't think, you guys did a great job, we've done a tremendous job to get to this part of the game, but I just don't think we have time between now and the 15th or whatever to.
We don't have to have this done by the 15th, but we have to have it done by the 15th.
Okay, if you want to implement on January 1st, it needs to be done, I would say, by December, because there's a lot of changes that need to get plugged through for payroll purposes that we can't do on the fly in January.
But we have money in that budget for contingency for this purpose, correct?
Yes, but if you want to defer it, then our implementation date, I would recommend deferring that, and that the rates would not take effect January 1st, because we do not have the manpower.
It'll have to take place, my thought is it'll have to take place the first after it's approved by the board.
February, March, April, May, June, July.
I'd rather do it right.
Right, I'm just saying that backdating it for all of the employees is not a feasible option. That's where errors are made, that's where, and in January, we've got WRS reporting, we've got 1099s, W-2s, ACA reporting. Right, and then we also have, we have to give PTO allocations, we have to, manually enter all of these wage increases into our system. So having to calculate and backdate wages for, 100, 200 employees is not really a good option. I understand what you're saying regarding the scale. This is already the 25th to 50th percent blend. If we go down to the 25th, that just means we're that far behind markets still. And this scale is all over the place. If we pull out another scale now with, different steps, that's gonna cause mass confusion. And I think there's already a lot of confusion happening. So
That's what I was gonna say. I mean, you're discussing all these things, but I think it has to be simplified so people know it's this and this, not, well, this, and if you're below this, you get 2%, and then you go up here, but then, and we're gonna move these people up to step 1, and here, I think it's gotta be simplified that people can understand it, and without going on and on and on and on. I think it's gotta be something that because at first I thought you were saying, it sounded like 2% for everybody, and then someone would get some more, and then it was like, no, we're just gonna move them up to step 1. Well, that could be a 10% increase, but just to get them on the grid. And so I'm confused right now. So I was thinking, it's gotta be simplified so that the average person understands, what you're going to do. They may not like it, but it's this, and so that they understand it. I think it's gotta be simple.
Well, there has to be some way to get the ones that are above and beyond their step right now back. We have to be able to close this up.
But if we go to a lower percentile, that's gonna make it that much worse. If we go to a lower percentile, the people are at the high grades are gonna just move up to higher grades
Yeah.
Yep, it's gonna take it even more out of whack then.
It would save a little bit of money, but it's not going to appease the employees that currently have complaints.
Longevity.
And that's
I
not
really
even
wanna bring
all.
longevity into the picture. That wasn't how this study was done, we can't, that would have to be done differently. I don't, if we're gonna start talking longevity or job performance, we're gonna be here till June.
We'll be back to the beginning. I think I agree though that, you know, you've gotta do something and start something because it's just gonna get worse and worse. You gotta come up with something that, you know, is simplified.
But I mean, we've got some positions on this scale, that's where my problem's coming in here, that we gave raises to, that according to, if we're going to implement this, they're way over here. So, sorry guys, that's why we're sitting here, is make tough decisions, so we're gonna have to make one. Because I don't see any point of giving someone that's up here, if that's why I wanna see these numbers alongside of this. Because we have that, I can't say that person deserves 2% when we have people that are off the step.
Can I just make one, I'm not an attorney, I don't even play one on TV, but when you get to pay, there's a couple laws you wanna be very careful that when you get to the Age Discrimination and Employment Act, so if you say, well, this person is not worth it, and all of a sudden you start to go to sum total, and I'm like 75% over the age of 40. I'm not saying you're making the decisions on that basis, but if it looks like a duck, quacks like a duck, the regulators don't care.
But the point I'm gonna, okay, so I could bring in the longevity one into these ones that I just mentioned, and there's going to be people that are going to be at step 1 or 2 at the same years of service with the county, and we have people in other ones because raises were given that are at step 18 or 20.
And I don't disagree with the underlying principle.
I don't know how that would be an unfair
caution.
talk to the state, because, you know.
It's my job to at least advise you of some of the potential pitfalls that you might walk into that, you know, when you start talking about who deserves it, and trust me, it's a very legitimate conversation to think, wait a second, does this person deserve what we're giving them? But at the same time, it's the classification and not the person. And once you step over, you cross that line to the people, perfectly legitimate conversation, but then you start towing a line with some of those regulations where it gets a little bit.
Well, if I came out there, I'm not talking about the person, job performance, nothing. I'm trying to figure out a way to balance this a little bit, if we have some that are way off the scale. So if you got an idea, I'm all ears.
Well, we're working on it. I got a 4-hour drive that I'm gonna be writing formulas in my head, so.
I think they agree with you. We need to see numbers to this. Be able to similar plans.
But how do other counties get their grid back in order? I mean, I think that's what he's asking, that's what we need to do is, how we get everybody, and that's what I asked.
It's gonna be, it's conversations like you're engaging in right now. Now, I've got one county that is going the complete opposite direction as you, which is that they're pushing the market on the top end. But they're also an affluent county, and, you know, their strategy was, they thought 2-3 years ahead, and they levied the full allowable levy limit, like most counties are doing nowadays. They put it in the bank. And then they recognized 2-3 years ago, we're behind the market on wages, we need to do this. How are we gonna pay for it? Is now, when it comes time to implement, they've got the money in the bank, they're just paying for it. That's a rarity. I mean, let's just acknowledge that doesn't happen in most circumstances. It's really, you know, kind of, you know, right here is, you know, they've looked at it and said, we're trying to fit this in, we need to add some steps to the mix to make it more palatable. We need to, you know, what we're talking about is, you know, do I give you a structure that goes down to 85% instead of 87.5, to give you a 2.5% cushion at the bottom, to maybe reallocate some funds upward into the structure. 85% still fits within our parameters for an acceptable structure. So there's little things we'll be able to nibble around the edges to help trim a few costs here and there, so you can, again, do this in a responsible fashion. I think, you know, whoever reiterated before is that there's just gonna be a series of tough decisions, and it's just picking a spot and being comfortable that you've done the best job you possibly can with implementation, knowing full well that someone gonna be thrilled and someone gonna be disappointed, and you hope that the other things you have as an employer are enough for them to say, okay, I tried, I would love more, but at least I'm headed in the right direction from a pay standpoint. That's the best you can do. I wouldn't tie yourselves in knots trying to make everyone happy. I think the number one decision, this is a tough decision, is what are you willing to spend? And I don't, that is only a number that can come from you collectively, in terms of, here's what we think is a responsible number for us to land on, and then giving your administrative team the charge to help us devise a strategy based on what we can reasonably afford. And you can come up with options, you know, here's 2 or 3 ways to back into your acceptable number. I think getting that guidance is probably the necessary direction to go, and then, like I said, knowing as much as you want to make people happy, it's just not going to happen. I hate to say that, it just sounds so defeating, but it's really not. There comes a point where you have to do that. You do that every year in the budget for other reasons too.
Well, and I agree with you, but at least I wanna have a reasoning behind why we decided to do what we do.
And so I'm gonna retool my spreadsheet over the weekend for you, so you have something you can work with. You know, based on your new parameters and your new structure, and a couple ideas that are cooking in the back of my head. I don't even want to talk until I can think them all with. But the point is that I'm here, I'm listening to you, and you know, and if you were asking for something that would take hours upon hours upon hours, I would say probably it's not going to happen. But this isn't. You're not asking for. Some of these options are pretty easy to configure.
I agree with what Jim says. I want to see the numbers for these jobs and what the actual cost is, basically to start with, to bring everybody up to stage 1.
Well, that's by department.
That's 2% though.
Nope, that's the cost of implementing, placing
2%
people.
or putting them on the first job.
Yep. So the
Okay.
stuff that places them on the grid that provides at least a 2% increase. So some of that, there's people that are going to get more than a 2% increase because they're so far below the scale.
Okay.
So that brings them,
Yes.
okay,
But that
so
brings
even if
everybody-
someone's already at step 6, they're still gonna get a 2% increase.
Up to 2% on the step that provides at least a 2%. So there's going to be very few people that get exactly 2%.
But you're trying to use the step here though too.
Yes.
You're trying to incorporate that, so if
Yes.
somebody falls in between, you're gonna take the closest step?
Yes.
Okay.
That provides at least a 2%.
Right. So we would never go down, we would go up.
Not, for another curveball, but almost half of that's health and human services, and some of theirs is grant reimbursed based on if the wages go up, the grant reimbursement will go up.
Potentially, well, not always. I mean, a lot of their programs are fully maximized already, but depending, I mean, not all of this will get levied. But at this point in time, we can't say with exact certainty how much won't. So to be conservative, we put the full amount on here. Depending on placement costs, the amount of levy used will differ greatly.
A good rule of thumb that I follow is that number that's on here in the spreadsheet. We also have what's the cost of the roll up. That if I give $1 in a raise, I got to give 7.65% in FICA, 6.8% give or take for retirement. And workers' compensation sometimes is directly tied to wages, those sorts of things. That's usually between 15 and 20% in terms of the total roll-ups on those. My experience in talking with any number of finance directors over the year is that overall, the net impact of those revenue offsets, land and water, child support, human services, all those others, is between 15 and 20%. So I oftentimes say, let's just focus on the base wage cost, because those revenue offsets and those roll-ups are going to just offset each other.
And these numbers do include the roll-ups.
I'll just work it down, but the sheriff's department, they're under a union contract, so they're already.
Correct. That is not part of the study. That increase is already included in their budget for 2023.
So the sheriff stuff that's in here is just
That's the
involving
It's just
non-contract.
Just my 3 office staff, that's all it's on there.
You have 3?
Well, wow.
You walked right into that, sorry.
Oh, 4.
Not happening.
Actually, there's 4 because the court security guys in there. Yeah. Otherwise, our people are all on the contract.
Where am I missing EMTs? Bill was talking about EMTs and then why?
They're not on there.
That was a
I just put their recent pay scale into the system.
Oh.
Not on paper.
So that one wasn't even addressed?
They are already getting an increase for 2023. That resolution's passed.
Okay.
But we're still so far behind compared to the rest of the county that, and other counties.
And you never included that one in there, huh?
It wasn't included because the EMTs, there's part-time staff, and they have their own separate agreement. It's hard to fit them into the wage study structure.
This is the one example, I was in one of the few examples where I think the FTE, we had several that were like at 0.05% in terms of, annual hours, some are at 0.3, 0.2. But when it comes to the EMT role, I mean, very valuable role. But I think it aligns. In fact, last year, due to a similar challenge, we did a statewide analysis of coroner/medical examiner and the deputy roles in that classification, because again, it's similar type of structure. Maybe the payment options are different. Like in the medical examiner world, investigations, training, transport of bodies, those sorts of, sometimes counties will structure the pay differently for those sorts of activities. And so we did a statewide survey because it's all over the board on how on earth do you do that. The same thing with the EMT role, that it's not quite the same as a regular, you're going to, like the example, you're not going to be here Monday, Wednesday, Friday, or you're going to be here Monday through Friday, 8 hours a day, that you have different components of compensation. That if you're called in, then your pay kicks in, you automatically have 2, as I understand, 2 hours call-in time for certain.
For the volunteers.
Right.
We have 9 full-time county employees.
Yeah, full-time ones now.
Mm-hmm.
Correct. And I think in terms
They're
of.
benefited, they pay everything, she takes everything out of their check, she takes out of everybody else's paycheck.
And the recommendation was, let's align the EMT, let's get the EMT pay done right. I don't know if this is the venue for doing that. And so let's revisit, if you're gonna talk about compensation and aligning it with the others' compensation, you need to also revisit the methods of that compensation in doing so. So it's not a matter of let's not do it, and so as we were talking, that we probably need to redo it, and I don't think it's an every year survey, but next year would be the year for us to, beginning of next year, to redo the medical examiner. Does it make sense? There's I think 2 counties just in the last 2 years have added ambulance services, so there's more. If I look at Waushara, Marquette, Sawyer, I think there's 4 or 5 more, but I think it's worthy of doing that examination. Because a lot of times what happens is that the EMT role gets compared to firefighter EMT, and it's not the same role. And so we want to make certain that when we're looking at market-based data, we're looking at apples to apples. And that doesn't exist in the survey data that we have at our disposal.
Full-time EMT, though, that's about a year now, not even a year yet, is it? Quite, I don't think, is it?
Right, close to that, somewhere in there.
Actually, when this was originally. They just rented a house, you're not doing it. I think when this was originally pitched, though, I don't think they were full-time yet. It was discussion, but I don't.
I mean, the survey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think they were there at that time, so, yeah.
You're finding a lot of counties are, the hospitals are bailing out of the ambulance services. You're probably well aware, and so trying to find. So it was a northern Wisconsin county just in the last year that we need to create an EMS service for that very purpose.
Mm-hmm.
There's others down in the area the same.
There's ambulance services just said we're done.
Yep.
Deal with it.
We got hospitals saying we're shutting down emergency rooms.
Yeah, goody. I think this needs to come back to us with the numbers on it.
Well, he needs to do some more work too.
Correct.
So I think this needs to come back next month. We're not ready.
And what are you looking for numbers?
Comparison, I guess, what I'd like to see is what they're doing.
I'd like to see what their, each one of these positions is at currently.
Right.
For starters.
Just won't show anything on that. That's what I'd like to see is what.
And then it sounds like he's going to readjust that.
We're gonna have someone set an average of the incumbents.
Cause these numbers don't show anything to us.
Right, yeah, we don't know
What they're at.
yeah, what the current is.
That's what I'd like to see. That's my first thing.
You wanna be very careful with what kind of performance or
Yeah, if we're gonna talk about an individual person's wage.
That'll be closed, but
Yeah.
Anybody got any further questions or comments on this? Questions, Patrick, why he's still here?
I sort of like the idea of figuring out how much it costs to get up to stage one. Then you can figure out how much money you have and figure out what you wanna do with that, whether you wanna deal with HSA or longevity or anything else. Let's get one done.
That is what this is. That is what that is.
Okay.
That is everybody gets at least a 2% and move to step one.
Okay.
At least step one.
But these guys have also asked, they'd like them just to move everyone to step one. If I understood someone correctly, and no 2%. Right?
Yeah.
They'd like to see that also.
And then you can take that 2%, maybe pay with it. There's all sorts of discussions been on how you're gonna, turn money and help people out, HSA, longevity, I can put on the list, but.
And that's not a bad thing, I don't think, because that question's gonna come up later on anyhow.
It is, yes, it is.
But then you're gonna have employees that, maybe fall between two steps, they're just above the step, say step 5, they're 1 penny above that step 5, so that bumped them up to step 6, so they'd get, almost a 1.25% increase. And we've got other employees that aren't even at step 1, but to get them to step 1 would provide a lot lesser of a percentage increase.
Well, that's why if we have the numbers here and what their percentages are to stage one, give us something to think about, anyhow.
And then we can revisit the ideas that Patrick has said.
I mean, I can give you that right now, what it would be to people to step, just to, to, on the grid, to the step that provides some sort of increase so that nobody's going down. And that cost of implementation would be $363,000, a little over that. But that's going to,
A significant amount of people are gonna get quite a low percentage
You're
raise.
gonna step on some toes and really heat some people up.
Yeah.
That's, what else can you do?
Longevity, we had, back in the union days, we had that.
We only have to work.
Yeah, but
We did that away with it so much more.
But the longevity thing that we had was a benefit, it wasn't part of the wage.
But it ended up being part of the wage, that's how they got away with it.
Okay, well, when I was there, it was a benefit because it was paid once a year
It was
on the hours that you worked.
And they changed it, because it, it was a hunting season, as you know.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them wanted it year round, so that's how that went.
But that was classified more as a benefit than it was. Yeah.
It was pretty low amount.
Step one is the 20th to 50 percentile of step one negotiated at 75%.
Correct, that's the
Some of these steps were on the leading side of the market, we're way above 50%.
And like he stated in his presentation, you have that. You have some of that.
No, he said that we always have people more. Some of these we might be in the 75% side. I mean, this is 25, 50, this is probably 50, this could be 75%.
No. The midpoint is based on the market data on the 25th. Okay, I'm trying to think of what, because it confuses me at times. That the plan itself, all of the control points, so it's not step 6 anymore. What is it? Step 12? 11. So anyways, that midpoint of the structure is based on the market data a blend of the 50th and 25th percentage. Of that range, then the range itself is meant to kind of represent the 25th through 75th of that particular range.
So having people scattered throughout isn't actually that bad of a thing.
What's that?
Having people scattered throughout the stuff isn't actually that
No, and then I would say that was the question I got earlier from you, that fast forward 5 years or so, you're gonna have people scattered throughout, and it's gonna be based on varied tenure, varied performance. If you had to bring people in because they've got experience elsewhere, which would be great if you can have those lateral transfers. So you should, 3, 4, 5 years from now, it should look a lot different and probably a lot more logical in line with people's service to the organization. It's the implementation is always messy.
We never did that performance pay, but we should have had it years ago, because some people are.
Does this need to be done by the year?
Take off.
Yeah, but some people would have starved to death and some people would have themselves, so.
Well, that's where we're at now. Oh, not, some are way down here, some are way up here.
I don't think there's anything we can do with this right now until we get some more numbers and the rest of the stuff with Patrick. And I think we gotta revisit this.
Did finance come up with a number what they thought we could afford on this company, or whatever?
We have for health insurance increases and wage increases, we have 500,000 in contingency for that. So.
Health insurance is gonna be pretty much the same.
We don't expect an increase to the premiums in health insurance, but we were, any potential change to the HSA would have to come out of that as well.
But the problem is next year, we could be looking, I would almost bet money we'll be looking at some type of health insurance increase next year. Very rarely you get 2, 3 years.
Could I point out too that this is the cost to implement this wage study. This is not, we are not going to have to increase our budget. I mean, we're going to have to keep this into our budget going forward, but it's not going to continue to increase by this amount once we are implemented. It'll be
Right,
much
might be 2% or 2.5%, whatever we can afford going
And you
forward.
won't have the roll forward cost in there either, which you do in this, you won't have that amount coming.
But this is also going to increase the dollar amount that the 2% is going to come to once we increase it $400,000 and some thousand.
Correct.
Right.
But by moving a step, you're not doing 2%, you do 1.25.
Right, but if you decide to do 2.5 or whatever next year, I mean, we're gonna have to decide what. You need to have a goal in mind when we put this in place to keep people happy quality.
You gotta get this one fixed.
Well, we do, but I mean, we gotta think a little bit about next year. You know, it's the same conversation we had in finance. I mean, we might do the HSA thing, but we don't wanna come up with something and then go, oh, well, we can't afford it this year, so we gotta take it back away, cause that's the last thing people want us to do.
We got Rich sitting here, we know we can't do nothing with this tonight.
Sure.
I think we need to move forward. Mr. Summerfield?
If you want, I know you guys have been here a while, I don't know if you wanna jump to do those closed sessions?
Well, actually, if you're willing to do that, can we move to, the Annette's?
Our LTE position?
We have her on the phone and Chelsea's here.
Do we want to do the speaker and have her call to that phone?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you, Annette, do you wanna call to
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
the phone now and then we'll do the speaker?
Thank you.
Talks to you.
Yeah, so she calls that. Oh no, she's calling the phone here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably have to move up to the LTEs for circuit.
Annette, can you hear us?
Hi,
Okay,
can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, this went through
Okay.
extension on yesterday. It's 2 LTEs for 1 male, 1 female drug testing. It is grant funded. It's gonna amount to about 10 hours a week each Yeah, it is grant funded. Two people, one male, one female, Bob. Well, you got a job description that we also have to approve.
So I'm going to understand if the grant runs out, that these programs run out? Or what, or does this become a county?
No, the resolution is, says that the job coordinator position now is completely grant funded, so, there is nothing in the resolution if we don't have grant funding, so it would be the same for this, because it's all under the grant.
And then $18 an hour, that's what the wage is gonna be then?
Yeah, that's what they had asked for LTE, be 10 hours a week.
What exactly is this position?
They have to do the drug testing.
We're gonna put up the job description.
How would you determine when to hire, cause you said we only really need one for the males right now because of the number of clientele, what was your criteria for hiring one for females?
Well, right now Chelsea is doing the female testing because we only have the one. We have a maximum capacity in the drug court of 12. You know, the most we've had, I think it's 10 at a time. When we get to that point, the coordinator is too busy to be doing random drug testing. So it would be a while before we would be able to, that we would be looking at hiring a female. And to be honest with you, this is fairly new. We had the jail who was, you know, they were doing the drug testing and we were getting matched for the grant and then they stopped doing it. So we're trying this out right now. We don't know if it's going to be a long-term thing. But right now, Rich Gogger from the Rusk Restorative Youth has been helping us out with the observing the male testing, and he's stretched way too thin. So we wanted to try it out for a couple of months because we have some extra money to spend from our grant this year due to some contracted position or contracted service issues. So that's kind of what we wanted to do to just see how it worked. I did not write and include this in the grant for next year. So I don't, now we could probably extend it into the beginning of the year while we're trying to contract with a new treatment provider. But it really is kind of a trial, temporary thing for now. If it really helped us a lot, I would be looking at, you know, other funding source for it, like, you know, another grant or something. And if we didn't get any other funding, it just, we wouldn't be utilizing it.
So in a sense, then the positions would
just disappear.
Okay. That's what I wanted to get clear.
I think we should make that as part of the motion or resolution. I'll do that one as last time, but we work that the funding disappears, that's how we the original drug court resolution was written as well.
I think you're right.
How's it being done now?
The drug testing? The drug testing right now, I'm Chelsea, by the way, I don't think I've met all you guys, I'm the new drug court coordinator. The testing right now is, when Rich is here on Mondays through Wednesdays, he does the male UAs, and then when I'm here Monday through Friday, I'll do our female UAs. Other than that, we have swab testing that I do on the males, because, you know, I can't observe, obviously, a male, so that's how we're working the program right now. And with the TAD grant funding, we're expected to do, you know, randomized testing 7 days a week, male and female. So I think with this position, it would help us be able to fulfill the requirements of the grant as well.
Was there also something mentioned, Chelsea, that the mouth swab was not as accurate or something that was
Yeah.
Part of the course that
It's, I mean, it's gotten a lot better. I have, I've researched that and I've talked to some of our companies that we deal with the SOGs and the UAs, and they were willing to send me, you know, information on how different it is, but, I mean, yes, your short answer is, yeah, the UA is usually the benchmark.
And the cheapest.
Yes, and the cheapest.
questions?
No. You making a motion with your stipulation?
Yeah, with that, so provided that, so I'll make a motion to approve based on grant funding, when grant funding happens, and the position goes in.
I'll second that.
Motion's made and seconded, is there any further questions or comments, regarding this, the LTEs for drug testing? None being heard, all in favor, signify by aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. At this point, has everybody read this?
Yeah, I guess we can.
This is the job description, which we would have to approve. And we need to forward this to the full board because it is new positions, so.
But that's a separate motion.
Yeah. I would entertain, oh, you haven't seen it.
Up to a quarter.
I thought you just read it that fast.
Yeah.
You had it, it's been reading to me.
I would entertain a motion to accept the job description and pass all of this on to the full board then. Motion's on the floor, Mr. Stone a second. Is there any further questions or comments on the job description? None being heard, all in favor signify by aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. The motion has passed.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah.
Need us back?
I got plenty of copies.
Okay, Rich, you wanna come on up and do your,
You wanna do those closed sessions then, right away?
I would prefer not, as we've got public here that would probably like to listen to the rest of the meeting and go into the closed sessions. We do have to ask them to leave.
Okay.
To the end.
Yeah, I'd like to save them to the end, Rich, if we could.
Okay. I guess other than the closed session stuff that we have, in the last 2 weeks, it's been crazy with guardianships and mental commitments. We've had, 5 of them in the last 2 weeks. One emergency protective placement, that was due on Tuesday, so that's been, very busy. We're still getting a bunch of open records requests. Copious amounts, and I don't know what's in the water, but we've been getting a bunch of those. Other than that, I went to the WCA convention last month, and then I went to the Child Support Convention as well. Other than that, the closed session stuff, so. Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
Jamie, I guess you're, no, so.
So you probably recall, we created a finance accountant 2 part-time position, for the RCTC accountant. We ended up utilizing Tanya Sweeney. She's, our Health and Human Services accountant 1. She's right now able to take on both roles. So I have a resolution here where I would like to reclassify her from a finance accountant 1 to a finance accountant 2. The net fiscal impact is 0 because RCTC will be reimbursing us for the time she spends with RCTC, and the amount hitting Health and Human Services will be less than what was previously budgeted for.
How many hours was she doing in HSS?
She was doing 38.75, but she was, and kind of running out of things to do. getting to that point, wanting to take on more responsibility. She likes to be overworked than underworked, have that list of projects to do, and she's, you know, very efficient. She's finding things that, you know, or maybe redundancies that we can kind of cut out with that position. We've been working together to kind of we got the quarterly grant reporting done last week, and I've been working through kind of transitioning all those duties onto her.
Actually, it should save us money.
Right.
We were paying 38.75 at the lower rate, now we're going to bill roughly half of it to RCTC.
Correct. Yes, some of her wages, you know, are passed through to the HHS grants.
Okay.
So, you know, the amount of her wages that will be allocated across those will decrease.
Is there any questions on the resolution before us?
Did we hire somebody for this?
No, she declined.
Is there any further questions? I would entertain a motion to adopt this resolution.
So moved.
Motion is made, is there a second? Mr. Ratzak? Is there any further questions or comments about the resolution on the floor? None being heard, all in favor, signify by aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Okay, so the next two, I brought to you guys before, and, it's in our budget for 2023. With the transitioning within our department, you know, we kind of all just transition rolls through and cut out that half an FTE. So, the half an FTE was the finance accountant one. She is now full-time, took on, you know, the duties of the finance accountant two, in addition to the finance accountant one duties. So I have it in the budget for 2023. I just want to reclassify her from finance accountant one to finance accountant two, and our finance accountant two that took on the role of finance accountant three, the duties in that job description. You know, give her the title to go with that, the job duties that she's doing.
It should be done in two separate.
Yeah, there's two separate, they're two separate bullets on here.
And what's the fiscal impact?
So you know, with not having anything implemented yet for the wage scale in 2023, based on the current scale, the moving from finance account one to finance account two, that would be just the wage increase would be $4,654.65 annually, and the finance accountant two to finance accountant three would be $3,022.50. So the current wage of the finance accountant one is $20.28 per hour, and I would propose moving her to $22.59 per hour, which is the same wage in that resolution for that RCTC accountant. And then the finance accountant two moving to finance accountant three, the current wage is $23.04 per hour, and I would like to move it to $24.54.
This would start on January 1.
Yes.
How would they fit with the steps then, for the first step?
So the difference between those wages, so I think that the finance accountant two would get an additional $362.70 if the wage study is implemented as proposed, and then the finance accountant three would get an additional $60.45 annually with that. So it would be very similar to what I'm proposing right now.
So why not leave it where it's at?
Because we have to place them on a step on the grid if we implement the wage study. We can't have people that aren't matching steps on their wage. So that's really what that difference is.
This is more about the classification.
Correct. Yeah, I'm not trying to step around the wage study here at all. This is just filling the positions that already exist within our department.
Any more questions? Jim, you look like you're easy about it there.
Anybody here?
Because it's really, those positions already exist, and the wage, or the hourly rate is already part of the previously existing scale.
That being said, is there a motion to, reclassify Code 2 as Code 3, 2023?
Everybody's sleeping, what's going on here?
I'm writing, so, motion is made, is there a second?
Yeah, my committee's on board with it, or they said they were anyway, I don't know.
I'm trying to remember all this.
That was that?
I'll second it.
Motion is seconded by Mr. Minor. Is there any further comments or questions on the motion on the floor? None heard, all in favor signify by aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Okay. Ellie, we're gonna be to you, but is anybody gonna get Walker home in a minute? This boy's gonna go.
Let's take a fire.
I didn't think we'd go for it, so I got smart.
We're taking 5?
Yeah.
Yes, yes. Yes. Yep. Yep, we usually go like full, burn.
I will eat whenever.
I just think it's another
Okay, so should we do one like deluxe and one?
What do you think?
Already lost, didn't he?
Not damn right. Damn right. But
I know, well, there's more, oh no, don't go back there. Yeah, no, because there's, like, there's just a few things that were more for like this meeting, so.
It should have been in the drawer.
I mean, I want them, but they, I can't, just however.
Yes, you do.
He's gone.
Boy, you were so good. You're done. Still some speak.
Wait, you got to stay here.
No.
The DA.
Oh, she does have.
That's what he told me in school.
Oh, okay, okay, because we're doing the minutes and I thought, well, I went through it. They were working on it.
I don't know.
So, letter some, but, but it was given to me.
I was hoping Davey could do nothing. Deputy read it.
Do you have a key that opens that piano program so we can turn that fan back on?
Okay.
That's all I know.
We'll put that in a minute.
Yeah, I think we shut it off because we couldn't hear before.
Yep. There, go and turn the fan down. Yeah, Ashley looks like she's on a hurricane. She's
Walk around.
just, just like bears up and back.
Yep.
Yeah, the cows might miss him, yeah. He's a,
Hey, name retard.
yeah, he's
So
a
he was
clan
right in
like,
with the cows?
what?
He was right in with your cows?
Oh, yeah, I mean,
Really?
he ate with them, slept with them, chased them, made him go through the fences, everything.
The barn, everything.
Yeah, well, we put up a thing so he couldn't get through the barn, into the barn, but no, but he's,
Big rack?
oh yeah, 5 point, big.
Really?
Yeah, and he's only 2.5 years old. Yep.
How'd you get that, Jerry? Did you drink lunch or what?
Yeah, we had just 4 of us, even a sheriff's deputy came.
I know.
No, that's easier to wait.
Tranquilize.
Yeah. You that remote, Jeff?
No, we rolled him over on the big sled, and he had ATV and pulled him through the fence.
What was that? Did it help? Oh. Your feelings on that, you gonna miss one?
Yeah, he did cause a lot of damage though.
Open the windows?
What happened,
What?
they moved him?
Yeah, he got a new home.
Well, that's
up
back on, Gary?
in Plant Lake.
Yeah, he just turned it
That's back on.
Yeah,
Well,
that turned out to be too hot in here.
Move over there,
Yeah.
open the window.
Well, I know, that's.
Yeah.
we can open these windows.
Right?
Oh, you can come over by this
Yeah.
window and we'll go over there.
We can open these windows.
No.
We can open these windows.
We'll see if the fan kicks on.
It's coming.
Okay.
We're all back here. Ellie, I guess it's your turn.
Alright, so I'm presenting the engagement letter from Von Brusen. Rich wanted to do this, but I don't see him here, so I will present. Basically, it's just a letter from Von Brusen. They want us to sign for representation and connection with general labor and employment matters. We've already been using Von Brusen for our employment matters. They just wanted it in writing for us to, talk about the terms and conditions upon which they will provide legal services to us.
It's gotta be.
No, I don't think we ever signed an agreement prior to this. I know that the committee has talked about using Von Brusen solely for employment matters, but I don't know that we have an actual.
I'm gone, I think the last one I remember us doing was with Mindy's account.
Yeah, and then.
So did that one get?
I think she moved to here.
Right.
Yeah, she moved to here.
Okay, okay, yes. But then we did something then too, I thought. I remember something coming to the board.
Seems like that was in full board.
Right.
Yeah.
So there should be something.
Yeah.
Something regarding Mindy Dale and her moving from her private law firm to this one. And we approved it. I don't remember what.
Well, they just, they don't have anything on file, I guess, maybe that was, I don't know, you guys, are you guys okay with this? Or do you oppose it?
Has Rich looked it over? No,
Yes,
look at it.
Yep, Rich has looked it over.
Is there a dollar figure or any sort or not?
There is a dollar figure under fees, well, there, fees for legal services.
Bill, are you good? Good?
Which is what we're gonna do. That's right.
Yeah, Bob's got a good question again. What's the determining factor, whether it's 140 or 275 or 210?
It's, okay, so it says attorney signs current billing rate for your matter is $2.75 per hour. Paralegals are.
Attorney signs current billing rate, that's 275 an hour. Do they have somebody that's better that charges less? Just asking a question.
They're lawyers, they motivate questions.
But we're just signing it with the firm, not with attorney sign. Right.
If there's tax matters, he will refer to a tax attorney in his firm.
Then this rate will not increase, no matter which attorney does the firm.
That's a good question. Ask that.
It says the range is 140 to 275. We're at the high end of the range.
So do we need to?
Actually, would you go a little further?
So I'm taking, we need to approve this?
Are you okay?
Yeah.
So- okay.
Questions? I know we're losing now. Yeah, this was.
Well, I guess my only question is this just with Von Briesen and Mr. Sines? Or
We use
is
several attorneys there. So you know,
it doesn't matter.
I've used Vicky, I've used Tony, he's referred stuff out to tax attorneys. What?
What is Vicky's role with Von
Vicky
Briesen?
is also an employment law attorney, so she specializes, she's
She's an actual attorney.
Yeah, yeah.
Is there any further questions in accordance with this letter?
Well, what's other options?
There's no bind us to no time.
Right, right.
We're
It's just,
just
they just
locking a
want,
dollar amount.
right, I mean,
Yeah,
just
per
putting
use.
it in writing what we already do.
Yeah.
I mean, I already.
Do we reserve the right?
Basically, they come on job, we can withdraw.
I don't see one.
Yeah, that's, okay.
Imagine if you buy one of these, you have.
Just, we never know.
So I'm looking for, motion's been made to approve, seconded by Mr. Undershoots. Any further questions on this matter? None being heard, all in favor, signify by aye.
Alright.
Opposed, same sign.
Motion is carried.
Go ahead, Ellie, you got one more.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's the hiring update. So we just did interviews with the first administrator position. The position was offered to a candidate, and I'm still waiting to hear back if that's the offer or not. GIS specialist, those interviews are scheduled for next week. I believe we're interviewing 5. Assistant cook interviews, I have
did
that's
for
true.
Jamie too, but, Jamie she was put in a position just like the rabbit is, until they went to court, so. Yes.
We'll start the meeting early. I think I might have told you guys already. I sent them.
I think you're gonna do the minus 15 or 24.
Right, that's good, that's perfect. Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Try to do it before,
That's good, they don't have to, like, just try to.
That makes sense.
It's not,
I know.
No, I don't know.
probably gonna be the deputy, I'm sure you're gonna have to be the deputy also.
I don't know if it did come from person.
Oh, okay. Would you like to continue, Ellie?
Yes, so I'd like you all, Ashley's gonna pull up the on-call policy and the current 2022 handbook. Okay, so the handbook states that employees shall receive 5 hours of on-call pay, per weekend for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, 1 hour for each weekday, which is Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. So highway is currently paying out 6 hours for a weekend, instead of 5, and 1 hour for each weekday. And their justification is that Friday's not a normal working day unless you be 2 hours of on-call pay. And Sky was saying it was her understanding that highway was to follow the same policy as maintenance, but she was told to move forward with the additional hour anyway. So I would like to know how the committee would like to proceed with that, changing the policy, allowing them to do that.
And there's nothing that you found in the highway committee anywhere?
Actually, this was directly from Sky. I didn't look at the minutes.
Well, do you remember when that was passed?
I can review those changes.
No, they're talking about the weekend pay for days and answer the phone. But you guys just did that.
Yeah. That was just done in the last
8 months, last fall, somewhere.
Beginning of the guys, or 2 hour
Well, I kind of remember doing it, but I don't remember specifically what the parameters were that the board, everything came from the whole board.
Right, but see, they're using Friday as a 2 hour day now, and that isn't what was.
I think I asked about it at that meeting, and it had something to do with how the week started and ended. And yeah, it was how their week, when their week started.
Exactly, Friday's not a normal working day, so that was their justification. You said it's on there, 4/21.
So either we're gonna have to go back and see what the original approval was, and then possibly have to. That was a gray area if I remember right, Esther, because it was being treated as like 4 work days. I could be wrong on this, but that was like 4 work days and like a 3-day weekend. But then they could count those hours too or something.
you know?
For the on-call?
Yeah.
Okay, so the 1 hour a day, they have the choice of earning comp for it or taking it as straight time pay. So either way, it's like accrued 1 hour straight time comp or 1 hour straight time pay, 'cause it's not actual hours worked for that. That's just the extra pay that they get to basically have to be within 30 minutes of amusement. And carry the phone, yeah, but the weekend it's 2 hours per day because, you know, they're doing it for the whole 24 hours, not just outside of working hours.
Was that Friday, Saturday, and Sunday?
So it was like essentially 1 hour Friday, 2 hours Saturday, 2 hours Sunday.
Yes, and so they're receiving the 2 hours for Friday, so that's the,
I think it was something like Tim said, when we started discussion on that.
Oh, you're talking about the highway ones?
yes, the highway.
Yeah, and that one I don't really know, but I mean, it's like they're on call outside of work hours, so they're still on call. If they take a whole week of on call, they're still on call for the same number of hours outside of their working hours, you know, with them.
I don't think we can do much about it until we go back and see what that's.
I was just gonna ask, could we bring that up and see it?
Yeah, 421.
421 minutes?
Personnel.
And then somewhere along the way, I heard sort of ended up in control.
The guys are gonna get up to the part of this guy. No, what is that, highway or full board?
Highway. The highway commissioner would like to replace the on-call position Monday through Friday overnight and Saturday overnight on-call. Motion by Raven Gabrielowski to approve the on-call pay in accordance with chapter 6, section 1, overtime compensation time and related matters, section 1, on-call reporting pay in the Rusk Personal Handbook, June 1st, 2021.
Okay, so the 421 must be the board meeting then?
This is, personnel. This is personnel.
One's gotta be 24, that would probably.
That would be about right, yeah.
For like a third Tuesday type thing, so.
427, 21 is
Oh. I like telling this is. Right. But this is last 2021. June 1st.
It states right there, reported in the code of personnel now. So how does that read?
Yes, so employees who are working on call schedule shall be paid 5 hours of pay at straight time or compensatory time with the employee's option for weekends on call duty, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. An employee shall be compensated 1 hour of pay at straight time and cash or compensatory time off at the employee's option for each night of on-call responsibility, for example, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Basically, the handbook states that employees shall receive 5 hours of on-call pay for a weekend and 1 hour for each week. Highway is currently paying out 6 hours for a weekend and 1 hour for each weekday. That's the discrepancy.
That's outside of what was approved.
but I was told to continue hanging out that way. 2
Well,
hours.
it's clearly stated, it's outside of what was.
Just wanted, I just want your guidance to make sure that I can tell her, no, and not do further.
Well, the minutes back it up.
Just because we're already like,
Well, I mean,
processing the 1031 payroll.
well, I mean, we don't have to, do we need to make a rule
We
on
enforce
this? I mean,
it, is it okay if we enforce it starting 11?
Well, the rules are the rules. I mean, do we need to make a motion if we're gonna enforce it or can we enforce it?
Just enforce it, okay. I mean, you don't expect us to go back and take, right, that's all kind of what I.
That would have to be something different than come back to us, but
At this time.
it's not the employee's fault.
No, but it's going to, I think that issue will get pushed by other departments.
Yeah.
Good one at a time?
It's all, yeah.
What page?
It's past, yeah, it's on page, not back.
You don't want to do the besides, that, put them as at least.
We put that means 1 hour on weekdays, 2 hours on weekend days, just because. In fact, that need to be.
Okay, so here you see the employee corrective action and discipline policy. That is the policy that is in the 2018 handbook. I just want to bring it forward to the 2022 handbook and update it just a little bit, quickly, resources here. That the department head would, in conjunction with the HR director, I would advise them in our review process. If there's a problem with a department head, we would do that in conjunction with me and the administrative coordinator. It is a step of progressive corrective discipline program. So you can see level 1 through 5 there.
All of these follow with a paper trail, correct?
Yes, correct.
Even level 1.
Yes. I'd like that documented as well.
That's something against yourself tonight.
Say it again?
They don't sign it.
Right, they don't have to agree with it, they just have to acknowledge that it was done. If they don't sign it, they don't sign it, I'm still gonna put it in their personnel file.
You just ask the doctor.
Yeah.
handbook already?
This is in the 2018 handbook, yeah.
So, back to Helen's comment, an employee doesn't sign it, I think employees should be required to sign it, but they can maybe check a box. That says they
I do
disagree.
not agree. Yep. Definitely add that. Yep.
I mean, that covers the, having them sign it, at least then we have the documentation of the employee
Yeah.
acknowledging.
Yeah, that you delivered it, yeah.
Some things you can do very
Yeah, you can jump around.
You can go from 0 to a hero.
Yeah. Any question, further questions on this, comments, changes?
There's some of those. No, I just like that change.
What changes?
With the change I stated, I'll make that motion. I want it, leave it that the employee must sign it, but they have the option to say if they disagree.
Made and seconded. Is there any further questions, comments? None being heard, all in favor, signify by aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Said, what the? Ashley? You're up.
Alright, so for our health insurance for 2023, the pages are in the grant packet. If you want to So security health came, to us with a 7.7% renewal, rate increase for 2023. Ellie had got that down to 0. So there will be no increase in health insurance premiums. And as we mentioned before, benefits are a part of, making a happy employee. So we had some feedback on our health insurance costs, and we decided to add a second option. So after the renewal rate page after that is what we've got now, the premier. The security health, and again, no change on that. And then if you flip to the back page, at the top it says renewal option 4. We're choosing to add a second option, and it's a narrow network. So with Marshall Clinic system only, that will provide a 20% premium decrease. So we're gonna give our employees the option. You can stick with what you've got now for no change in what you pay, or you can choose the second option, which is that narrow network. You can only go to Marshfield, but you're gonna save 20% of your premiums.
And the county will save money too.
Yes. And we're working with J.A. Counter, they're our broker. So Alicia will be here on Monday to kick off the enrollment with Ellie and be able to explain any questions that employees.
Deductibles and stuff are the same for both. Yeah. Okay, so everything else.
Yes, everything's the same.
Yep. It's just that.
At least it keeps it simple.
Yeah.
Yeah, I beat that one, they gave you their plans, and this one covers this.
That's option 5. Option 4 is our option.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
I was hopeful.
Yeah, those are, they gave us a couple of different options. So we're going with option 4.
What's really the difference? Yeah, so the cost was, one is Marshall only?
Yes.
Yeah.
What we've got now. We can use.
Well, I mean, okay, like 4 and 6 is what I was looking at.
lower out of pocket.
Actually, you can, yeah, you can be out of network.
Are the employees aware of this now?
No, it hasn't. You guys have to sign off on it.
We haven't passed it either.
You sign off on it, and then I'll present it on Monday for removal. Yeah, yeah,
Well,
they'll have 2
open
weeks,
enrollment is
they'll
2
have
weeks.
2 weeks to make a decision.
I would prefer a motion.
Second option.
It's gonna be.
Is there any further questions or comments about? All being heard, all in favor, signify by aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign.
I woke him up. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so the HSA contribution, I guess whether we go this route or not is dependent on what we do with the wage study. But as Jimmy had mentioned, we had a set amount of money contingency. If we implement what we're suggesting with the wage study, we would have some left over. So I wanted to propose increasing our HSA contributions for individuals by $400 and for employee plus spouse and family by $300. And that would be funded through contingency.
Currently, the, single plan, or the a person on a single health insurance plan pays $2,000 annually, split into 2 contributions, one in half in January, half in July. But a single plus one or family gets $4,500. It doesn't seem right that the single is less than half of what a single plus one would get. So, I think we need to create some equitability there, because essentially you're kind of paying to the same employee doing the same job, 2 different wages, because one has, and I get it that it's to, reduce the amount of out-of-pocket exposure, but I think we at least need to get it to half of what the single plus one contribution would be.
This is highly contingent on this setting. I don't know finances right now. If this wage study is, if this wage study is implemented, is it enough to do this? I can't answer that. Until we do the wage study.
If you do not do more than, if I recall our conversation, we don't do more than what we saw on this one page, then we've got it covered. that's gonna be your limit.
As is for now, we can always do the second, make it up the second meeting.
That is correct, but then it's not available to the employees to use on January first, and, that's kind of a contention for employees, is that it used to be fully funded on January first for the entire year. And then if we had employees leave, say in March, we just funded their HSA for the whole year, we gotta bring somebody else in, we have to fund their HSA as well. So that's why it got split into two contributions. But there's people that, you know, are waiting for that July payment to hit so that they, cause they have bills to pay. So I think, you know, waiting until July, or we could do another contribution in March or something, to if you guys do approve a big larger amount.
What bothers me about the whole setup, I don't wanna see employees start waiting until July to go to the doctor and stick with the second half of the HSA. I think that was a real slippery slope.
But once we fund it, we can't pull it back. That's the difference between the HSA and the HRA. And employees really, really like the HSA because it's, you know.
But a person could leave on July 15th, and it doesn't matter.
That's true. That's true. But then at least we're only funding August through December for a new person and kind of the majority of the year.
Actually, I think this one's gonna be left until wage to study is determined. Not that I'm against it, by any means. We're at.
Is it possible to approve at least the increase for the single one to get that more equitable to what your contribution is for the single plus one in the family plan? Because I mean, that's not even half of what. Provided there. And that, the cost of that would be $12,400 annually based on the employee money.
Where do you want the numbers at again?
Increase it, so right now it's at 2,000, which is not divisible by 12, so, you know, we're funding 166.67 per month for people that start mid-year. Right, so if we increase it by $400, that would be $2,400 a year, $200 a month. So it would be increasing it by $400, so then single plan would be at $2,400, and then it'd still be for now, single plus one in the family at $4,500.
Singles would be 24. Yeah, 45. I'd rather, if we're gonna do it, I'd rather go 24, 48.
That's what I'm supposed to say.
That's what I'm just saying. I'm just saying, so I think you should wait. I agree with you. I'd rather just wait and see how we're gonna do this to put the whole time level in.
But I just feel like they're not on a level playing field already. But, and that's up to you guys, so.
I think we need to.
I agree.
Who knows? To be quite honest with you, maybe we change up with wage study if we can do this a little bit more. So, I think we need all the information.
I think we're putting the cart in front of the horse. If we approve this one, then we can get the other one done.
Okay, so for the resolution ad hoc interviewing committee, this would be an ordinance change. This is in your packet as well. And this is simply updating to reflect the fact that we now have a human resources manager. So the change would be instead of 4 members, we would say up to 5. So the only change is it would be administrative coordinator and or HR manager. And then the second change, being that instead of the department head serving as recording secretary, it would be the county clerk or their designee.
So then that kind of gives you the option if someone can't make it, and you can, both of you can sit in.
We wouldn't need to delay the interview process.
We just ought to have one person on one front.
The number 3, one thing I do not like here, because as been a suggestion, that the county board chair shall make the final decision as a candidate be hired. I think that needs to be voted on, keeps the members there. What's your take? You're talking about chair. I don't think it should be. Yeah, I think it should be up to the committee.
But then elected officials don't, certain departments are allowed to have the final say yet, correct?
This is on a department head, Jim.
Right.
That's only on a department head. On the other ones, we have in the past, if it's not a department head, we have given like the top two or three, somehow 2 or 3, however many it had to be, and listed them 1, 2, 3 or whatever. At that time, it was up to the department head, but now it kind of falls between the department head and the HR, so.
Well, but this says in particular order, they're taking the order, right? So, like the big A one and the 3.
Yes.
So this, yeah, so now we're not from.
This isn't for interviewing.
Third one is higher than the department head.
Right.
So you have to change it in this situation.
That's fine.
That's correct. Yeah.
I'd be specific on this. In this particular situation, the committee will vote.
Okay, good.
Did you catch that, Emily?
I would say number 3 ended with, in this particular situation, the committee will vote as a whole, or however you want to word it. That way you know we're just referring to scenario 3.
Department head's still gotta go to court. Well, department head's still gotta go to court too.
Right.
Right.
You know?
Right, exactly. Right.
Let's have 5 members so we don't get tie votes.
Well, it's 5, yeah.
But them are important ones, you gotta make sure.
Right.
So with I'll make a motion to approve that with those changes. Paragraph 3.
Motion's been made to, change this ordinance with changes as specified. Is there a second? Second, Jonathan. Is there any further questions or comments on those changes? None being heard, all in favor, signify by aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Here's what he made it after 2.
You don't think about that, you don't know.
Ashley, go ahead.
Are you okay if I switch D and E? Because D, F, G, H are all policy changes. Can I talk about E first?
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
Okay, so, virtual meetings, so we need to develop kind of a consistent policy across the county about what we no blue jeans? Do we want blue jeans for everybody? Do we want a telephone option?
Number one, didn't it state somewhere in the handbook that an employee was attending a meeting that they had to do it on their own time? Unless they were needed to be there.
Right.
I believe that was taken out of the handbook.
It was taken out the last time?
I believe it was, but that's
they got
part of
back
my
in there.
PTO policy that we'll get to. I put it back in.
And we have no way to track this computer usage.
To my knowledge, no, we all get off the same IP address. So if you're, is Ellie sitting in on a meeting for 4 hours, I can't isolate that to Ellie's computer. Some of them are fine with it, some of them want it on, some members of, like, boards or committees want just a clear set of expectations, like, can they attend that meeting virtually? Do they have to come in? There's also rules around closed session, so if we are gonna allow board members to attend virtually, we cannot stay virtual if we go into closed session, that board member would have to be kicked off.
We used to shut that off. Right.
But if a board member's on that, he's gonna be.
He's gonna be stuck off.
See, I'll admit that, I was a strong proponent of this, but when these issues arose as of late that a lot of folks don't know about, county didn't have much choice. It was getting abused. And the comments that were being put on in the chat about different individuals and not being able to track that back, it was ridiculous. So there was a handful that ruined it for a lot of, it was grade 2, a handful that ruined it. I don't know how, I mean, unless, the only way we can leave this in place is if we come up with a way to, we have to be able to monitor it.
They can use any fake email address, any fake name. There's so much anonymity with the internet.
And the public can do whatever they want.
Right.
You know, I could care less. I mean, if the public wants to get on, they have that right. But employees that are spending the taxpayers' money, that's a different scenario. That's what started all this. So unless we can figure out a way to overcome that obstacle, unless we're gonna pass an ordinance that the employees cannot be on virtual at all, they have to appear in person, well, that's gonna upset some. Be simple, so.
Yeah, it's
So
simple.
you have no way to monitor who's who or not.
But then you wind up in the other scenario where an employee has to be at the meeting, and we've moved some of these to the evenings or late afternoons for those of us that are working full time. Now that employee is on county time to come in here for that meeting. Yeah. Whereas if they can just get on, they're on for 15 or 20 minutes at home, 5 will get you 10, they're gonna continue doing what they're doing, and the county isn't gonna get billed for the hour or 2 hours they sit here, not knowing when we're gonna get to whatever they have to speak on the agenda.
I mean, tonight's not the first time I've heard about it. I've heard about it since we stopped.
Yeah, so have I.
Because I was one, I went out and I said, hey, this is great, you guys can get on, but like I said, Buffalo's didn't know the other side of the story. So probably now. The reason it was done was to watch over how money was being spent for the taxpayers' money.
Yeah, I mean, I think, because I know in zoning we use a lot because the public comment section. So we have all the,
could have been an extension too. Lori Belatrusas will come in many times on that, because she can't be here, so she'll come in and give her report through.
But that's different. We do with our attorneys still, but I mean, look at what it says to the county, you pay them $300 an hour to drive here.
Correct.
That's another $1,500 bill. It's a trap.
Should maybe we actually just leave it, but get that policy back in place that we apparently lost, and then the employees, they may not catch you, if you do catch you, we got disciplinary policy, you're gonna be facing it.
The problem is, I think there's something similar there now, how do you enforce it?
We've got no way to track it, so no way to enforce it.
They're taking the risk that they don't get caught, their coworker could come in or something more, I mean.
It could be
just like,
that.
just like anytime you break a rule, you're taking a risk. I mean, the other option maybe is to try it for a couple months without it, and see how, what detrimental it is or not, maybe it isn't as detrimental. Because I mean, it's nice to have a finality, but like I said, in zoning, it seemed like it would be a challenge, maybe it wouldn't be either if we didn't have it.
I know it was legal, never here prior to COVID.
That's why it was put in place, I remember, was strictly for
I mean, you never heard nothing about it prior to that. Somebody wanted to know what's going on in the meeting, they attended the meeting.
And isn't that the policy that was used to bring it forward at that time? There really wasn't a policy put in place for this.
Not really, no.
Then it was the COVID, it was based around.
The health issues with the COVID is what.
So that we could have board, we could have meetings.
And I think there was actually some funding handed down, I don't know if it was federal or state, to implement some of that stuff so the governments could continue to operate and thus have your social distancing, or, you know, not going public or whatever.
Well, I personally like public interaction at meetings, but my problem is how do we get around the employee issue? And I don't. I've thought about this quite hard, unless Bugs has an idea. I mean, he's here, but I'm on to this, but I don't know what you.
We were able to pick out 4 people that were in the meeting. That information is turned over, but they were all people that were here in the meeting. Picked out 2 that were not here. One that was in Verizon, that was in Barron County. I don't remember the other one, but there were still some that couldn't be picked out. But that's, Blue Jeans isn't meant to be an investigative tool. It's meant to be a video conference tool. But there's plenty of options. You can give somebody at the beginning of the meeting their 5 minutes to talk, and after that, shut it down. You can shut the comments off. Whoever's running the meeting can shut anything they need off if somebody becomes disruptive or belligerent or disrespectful, whatever the policy would be. You can kick them that way, or you can put them back in a waiting room. You can add a waiting room to it so that whoever jumps into the meeting, that the moderator has to say yes, this person can come in. And while they're sitting in the waiting room, you can have anything from like policies or polite behavior, what's expected of that person in there. You know, no cussing, no swearing, no whatever you want it to be. You know, so they would have, everyone would have an understanding of exactly what they're allowed to do in the meeting and what they're not allowed to do in the meeting, you know. I mean, there's a ton of options. And then if you guys don't like Blue Jeans, there's a bunch of other ones. I mean, you got Zooms, you got Teams, you got, you know, just a bunch of other options.
Is there a way for us to monitor abuse of the system or the privilege by county employees? How we're gonna address that issue?
The ones that we were able to monitor were all county employees. You know, we could tell what computer they were on, and then we track it back.
Because I'm sure it's handy for department heads too. You know, to be listening in here, I got something on this agenda, but I don't need to be there for 3 hours.
Right.
I mean, I get that. But I think we have other people that are listening in that it really isn't any of they're not a department head. It really, I mean, I get it, they wanna know, but they work here, so they're getting paid to work here, not to sit in on meetings.
I would like to be able to say that if you or anyone says, hey, the county's position on this is that employees don't listen to this, you know, at their, you know, using their county resources or anything like that, unless you're on PTO or something like that. If they choose to break it, then that's a disciplinary, then it'll probably go through Ellie then instead, or if it gets up to, then it'll go through Ashley. I would like to think that our employees are respectful enough to follow whatever rules you guys give them. You know, they want to be respected just as much as you guys do. I think that's a give and take. So if you tell them, hey, from this point on, you know, November 1st, whatever, employees are no longer allowed to use, and then insert whatever you guys want it to be, you know, I would hope that they would follow it, especially if you guys make it a policy.
So you can track to the courthouse or track to individual computers?
We could do both.
That's what I was wondering, how we can monitor it.
So if you can track to a computer, we can narrow down and access that computer or.
We could, but there was 4 that I couldn't. For whatever reason, the software just didn't take it. The other ones, like I said, we got one back. One was Ashley's, and I think one was Jamie's and stuff like that. I mean, but she was running the meeting, so I mean, so you know, when we're looking at those kind of things, you know, we were able to track those down. But again, 4 of them were employees that we know were in the meeting, and then there was 4 that were unknown. And like I said, there was 2 civilians or 2.
So it sounds like there's possibly other options out there for us to use that would be more user friendly, maybe too. Or don't know.
I don't know. The 2 biggest ones are Blue Jeans and Zoom. You know, with you know, like Teams and stuff like that coming in behind them, but we've pretty much used Blue Jeans since the beginning of COVID year. So I mean, that's not what I'm familiar with. Zoom's used by the state, by the courts. You know, we've got some experience with that too. Yeah, there's a bunch of options.
They're still gonna come back to the same problem.
I don't know what data the other ones collect. You know, some may be much more, you know, where they data mine and, you know, they keep all the data logged in and everything like that. Like Blue Jeans will tell you, you know, a lot of information, how many minutes, you know, what was your connection, your bandwidth, you know, did it drop out? It'll tell you all those kind of things. But it really isn't meant to be used as an investigative tool. You know, to say, okay, this person's here, this person's here, this person's here. It can somewhat, but it's not its main purpose.
So now if a person was to call in with or log in with their cell phone, I'm going to assume that it would recognize that phone number?
Yeah, one of the people
or
that.
Smartphone, I should say, sorry.
Yep, no, that's okay. Well, either way, actually. You know, even if they use like their cell phone and connect it to a hotspot or sitting at McDonald's or something like that using somebody's Wi-Fi. But again, there's nothing to stop them from coming in this room right now, hooking into our Wi-Fi, you know, our guest Wi-Fi, and be our RIP. You know, so they can do that too. The one that was on cellular, like I said, that went back over to Barron, actually to the Rice Lake. But you could see that was a Verizon phone, you know, on a Verizon tower and VIP and everything like that. So I mean, you can track them a little bit, but it's just not what that programs are made for. They're supposed to be just for video conferencing and let people communicate together.
I wonder if in the interest of transparency, if we leave the things the way they are right now long enough for to write some kind of a policy stating for employees here that I know it might be hard to catch them, but I'll be honest with you, the truth always comes out in the end, one way or another. That allows the public to at least get back in for those that can't come or whatever, or board members that aren't here with the understanding even with a board member, that we have to go into closed session for something, they cannot stay on blue jeans in this closed session.
That'll have to be part of whatever we come up with.
Yeah.
Because now we're entering into a different era. And we had this discussion briefly, if you remember, right at the county board meeting.
Yes, we did.
And being we were doing it under COVID, it was one thing. But if we go down this other road, we have to become more strict with it, and we're gonna have to make more rules around it.
Correct.
If I recall.
That was kind of the gist of what I remember, yes.
It's not just as simple as turning it on and turning it off. I mean, when it comes to, that's what I recall, and I think my Grayson was the one that gave us that legal consultation on it.
Well, I-
Check on that, Ashley?
Okay, so you're recommending blue jeans like across the board too, because there are some committees who have never done blue jeans. So I think we just, whatever we do, I think we just need to be consistent.
Across the board, yeah, but I think it kind of needs to stay kind of closed up for another month until you could get a policy put together that goes through, that speaks to the employees that you are, and the board members was part of it, but let me break it apart, Jim. Speaks to the employees that, you know, you're here hired to do a job. If you do not have business in this meeting, you can't spend 3, 4, 5 hours of taxpayers' time just listening to this meeting. You're here to do your job. I think it needs to speak to board members that, you know, with all of these changes that have come about, and COVID being what it is now compared to what it was, if the boards have to go into closed session, that cannot be done via blue jeans or any kind of a video thing.
I would say we need to come up with something, and then I would, it needs to come forward.
Yeah.
What we do.
But I agree with you, Jim. I like the public's input. I mean,
I do too.
That's what we're here for.
But we had to do it.
Yeah.
So I just, on Sunday, I got accosted outside of Walmart by a member of the public who
From
said,
Sheldon.
you guys have to, he wants everything live streamed, at least the county board meetings. He said he was in via phone evidently for the last county board meeting. And he said, you know, that public access, you know, openness, transparency, and he said he wants that continuing and everything. And then on one of my committees, someone tried to get in and I got chewed out. It wasn't a member of the committee, but somebody else who chewed me out because we did not have on the top of the agenda how to get in via phone or blue jeans, because that had been taken off until this is kind of resolved and everything. And so I never really answered them at all yet, but it's something that, you know, they're interested in, and people want to do it at least by phone rather than video, you know, or something. But I got chewed up because it was not on the top of the agenda, you know, that usually has the address and the blue jeans connection. And then this other one on Sunday, you know, they wanted the board meetings live streamed. I said, well, we have a problem. He said, well, that's an internal problem. Fix it. Public is the right.
Well,
to
and I get it. It's like, but to go back to what I said earlier, it was put in place during COVID for board members to be able to attend meetings, and not in case we couldn't be here, so the county could still conduct business. That was the start of it, and then it just kind of flourished from there. It was kind of an it was kind of like an emergency type situation that we were allowed to do. I can't remember exactly how it was working. And then it just kind of stayed, but now.
Well, now
it
everything's
backfired.
more transparent, you know, they want everything.
They got used to it,
online.
which is great.
Yeah.
I mean, let them, like, okay. Because now, look what we have. Now we have people getting wrong information or hearing it secondhand from someone else because they're not listening to the meetings, and it's getting misconstrued. That's what I think is going on a little bit.
I'll speak just a little bit. I'll try and be as brief as I can. Basically, I'm hoping my wife will finally accept the fact that she should be retired and work part-time. And we should be able to spend time on vacation, and then I could call in. So I really think it should be open. And most people in the room know I've been a big advocate for putting at least our county board meetings on YouTube. Other counties do it, you know. And
Amen.
But I don't even know if we can put even committee meetings on there, because then they'll have an option. If they want to do it, they can watch it at home.
That we need to check into,
I know.
because that was, Fundraiser was very, they did not want us doing it, if I remember, but maybe they have a different opinion.
Other counties are doing it.
Well, and maybe they have a
Lots.
different opinion since COVID.
Lots.
So,
It has to be approved by county board.
Yeah, well, right, except that.
Right.
but he said, and
But
maybe
that-
he's got a different opinion than this attorney, but the one at that time I remember said he recommended us not. It was fine to be live, but he recommended us not.
We've gone against lawyers before.
Right, but
And I know they do, because I've watched them on various places I've been. I watched the Marathon County one, and a few others, Chippewa.
But if we record them, don't forget that we are the keeper of the record of that.
Well, that's not my specialty. I just want to be able to watch it.
Just gonna add
And
one
if
more
the
thing.
employees can see a committee meeting at home, speed through it to get to what they want, then you really raise the stakes on if you catch them working here. You know what, you say 4 for sure, maybe 8. We don't even know that. But that's my, I've been after that before I was after a human resources person. It'd be an option.
We do have a YouTube channel that's prepared and ready to go for these meetings. At one point, that was something Andy wanted to do. So we've got it ready, set up. Just a matter of you guys giving us the okay.
Again, I don't think we can.
Oh no, I know you guys.
Yeah,
You
we
guys
have to
can.
do
I know
a
it's a bigger
policy or
discussion.
something. Yeah.
I'm just letting you know the resources are there. They're already set up and ready to go.
Yeah, and that ain't us, Jim, that's county board.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it sounds like right now she's looking for us to make a recommendation. We have to do it this
Correct.
moment where we're sitting at now.
Correct.
Well, my understanding is from legal standpoint, we have no other option but to temporarily cease and desist them.
That's what you want. Open meetings law doesn't require virtual access, it just requires over to now, so, you know.
I think, like I said, I like the virtual, I think it's a transparency to the public, which I am all for. But I think Jim is right, we gotta hold it back long enough for you to get policy in place to counteract the employment using it to get out of work. And then we can re-implement anything.
Yeah.
Where anybody else is at.
We just gotta make sure we're doing it right,
Yeah.
because it was done over the whatever you want. Well, but anyhow, that's what it got stated for, and we just need to double check that.
But more instruction.
So you want like 0 virtual access, so like, we have a net on Thursday. If someone needs to present something, can they call me?
I've got no issue with that right now, but I think this can be resolved by basically the next personnel meeting and, something is brought forth. By the time we get into December board meeting, it'll probably be fully enacted. Only on public comment, yes. And that's the only thing they have by law here. So,
Opening it up for there to be a discussion of anything.
They
Why
can
not?
shut that right off.
Well,
I mean,
And not just two versus
they're gonna have a time limit, just the same as if they're here.
yeah,
So,
for public.
yeah, for public comment. Yeah,
Right.
yeah, no, the public shouldn't, public comment only.
okay, that's.
I mean, that's how we run board meetings, isn't it? I mean, that's how everybody runs it.
Jerry, remember that's budget meeting. We probably will talk about this kind of thing.
Well, they won't be ready.
It won't be ready by the
till
next
December.
week's meeting, but we should, maybe we'll have it ready by December.
Okay.
Okay, well, on that topic, if you look in your packet, it would be the page right before where the health insurance stuff was. So under use of PTO, those, everything highlighted in yellow is what would be in addition to our current input. And that does put in there that PTO must be used if an employee wishes to attend in-person, telephonic, or by other electronic means, a committee meeting that does not directly pertain to that entity. So I don't know if that covers everything you were looking to cover or not. Bob, let me grab you some pizza. Maybe hello pizza. Meats, pepperoni, or deluxe. Oh, well, yeah, sure. I guess.
Where you at, this is a place now?
No.
No.
We're not on
This
this.
is the one that was.
This is what's in place now.
Nope. No.
See, I read this somewhere, so this is.
A lot of things, like the discipline policy, fell out of the old handbook.
Yeah.
Not really sure why.
What, did I lie?
No. Actually, Jim. Actually, sorry, that's what I was saying. Oh.
Is this important?
Yeah, him.
Yeah.
Hey, there's quite a few meetings that are later in the day now, and they don't have to take time off, they can attend all they want at their own time.
Sure.
Oh.
Yeah, but then I will be asleep. The only other part was, I was just asking, we want to make a consistent policy for all communities, so. Like, all do require is that expression, like right now, it's got
Right, but we could, with this in place, Jonathan, the point is, we can still open it back up because we got the employees covered. If this was passed in the November board meeting. We covered the employees right here. That would give them time to get the rest of it put together. And the general public would still have access under this, but we're covering the employees.
In December, we'll talk about how each committee, so, because right now, some committees do it, like, there's only one pretty diligent, they should have, some committees, something not at all, some committees do it.
I don't think you need to go through it. Yeah, I think it's a blanket deal.
I think it needs to state, a committee meeting and or county board that falls, maybe it needs to say that falls within their work, during their work day, yes. So that we don't, I don't wanna scare someone off from doing one either. But I mean, we do have some daytime county board meetings.
Right.
And then we need to, I guess, probably run it past legal and see if there's for some weird reason we can't have this policy in place. Yeah, that should pretty much take care of that.
Yeah.
So, you looking for something on that?
I think she's got more.
I have,
Got more
I mean,
than-
did you wanna go like topic by topic? Cause I did have the PTO.
Actually, if it's all handbook, actually, I think we just approve the whole portion that you changed
Okay.
it as one deal. Everybody else okay with that?
That paragraph, whatever.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, we're gonna do the whole handbook as one.
Okay, gotcha. No, that was.
And at that point, we'll say with some wrong with it, if not. so chose.
Okay, so I'll do courthouse hours and flex policy last, because that'll take a while. The FMLA policy, that's not really changing the policy per se, but now that we have a human resources
Where you at
manager.
there? How many pages in?
Section 15.
Okay.
So.
Thank you.
Yep, okay. So now that we have a human resources manager, that's simply replacing, and so it had said administrative coordinator. And so now we're replacing that with human resources manager. And then if you flip to the next page, we're striking out the administrative coordinator will provide the personnel committee with an update in closed session at its monthly meeting regarding the FMLA requests that have been approved or denied. Ellie, you wanna talk on that quick?
I did talk to the chair about this. I just asked him if it was necessary to run that by you, since I do, I analyze each request, I approve or deny those requests, and then and then I let the employee know if they're approved or denied. And because we're dealing with very sensitive information, a lot of people don't want any information out about their leave requests or their medical requests. I'm just wondering if you'll allow me just to make those approvals and denials, and I do that anyway, without bringing them to you. Because you guys don't really approve me approving them or denying them. I didn't hear that, Bob.
Request doesn't happen, the problem, right?
Yeah, we don't talk about anything ever really, we just talk about whether
And,
you're
and,
on or
and
off board.
this is no disrespect to you guys, but do you have to know who's on FMLA?
I guess I don't know why they were doing it before.
Right.
Was it because we didn't have human resources?
Probably.
That would be my thought.
Yeah.
I mean, I kinda agree with where she's going with it.
I do too. That's, when she approached me with this, that's why I told her to put it here, but I agree with her, I mean.
It takes one more layer of security for the individual.
Right.
Which is where she's going.
Because I'm not trying to pay the people.
I don't think you said anything. No.
The only ones I said are transfers. Yeah, change funds.
And we still have the right to ask during closed session if there's something we need to know.
Right.
Right, and I will bring, if there's anything that needs to be brought here until like today, we're gonna talk about it, but.
No, but I mean, if we're short somewhere or whatever.
Right.
Yeah, I don't need those, as long as my payroll roll.
Boards have approved, but I mean, I'm just.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's thing is, let's keep going, Ashley.
Oh, alright. So the county vehicle policy, this was passed in property.
Section,
12, right above FMLA.
okay.
So it's just in addition to our current policy that take-home use of county-owned vehicles is only allowed for law enforcement and employee contracts that include the use of county-owned vehicles. So there had been discussion about certain department heads, why they weren't taking vehicles home. There was really no consistent policy as to who we were giving vehicles to. So this was just, and like I said, this already on their property.
Should we add those subject to approval, Mr. Permitted or add on non-canon, for example, maybe there's a reason where something could be really not. For example, canon. I mean, I like this is good.
Well, what's the policy right now if somebody's taking a county vehicle to a meeting? They have to sign it out,
Oh,
right?
no, this is like taking our cars home at night.
Right, but is
Right.
this, no one can piggyback off this load into something else?
No, not really. This is totally different.
Well, these are county vehicles, so we need to make it a little more.
This is take-home use.
Yeah.
Forestry was technically. That may have been part of this contract, right?
I never have, but I know there was a couple of times, there were different times when guys didn't have to make them, I might remember it all. Any part of it, you know. No, not a big thing.
Right, right.
So, okay. So that brings us to the big one. So this, I brought this up last meeting about, this is like a free employee benefit. So closing the courthouse to the public at 12:30 on Fridays. So we would essentially go to a 4.5-day open to the public week. Employees would still be expected to work their normal established hours, which for some employees is 38.75, and for some employees is 40 hours. So in order to provide flexibility to get all those hours in before we close at 12:30 on Friday, this is under section 1, if you are all following on. We would add the flexible alternative work schedules. So employees are still expected to get their regular number of hours in between Monday and Friday, but they can flex their hours by working outside the 8 to 4:30 time frame. So they would be able to meet their number of hours between 6 a.m. and 6:30 p.m. with the understanding that each department needs to be open between 8 and 4:30 Monday through Thursday and accessible to the public, and between 8 and 12:30 on Fridays. Here.
This go to department heads, their info was on it.
What's that?
This go to department heads to see what their info was on it.
Yep, I brought it to the department head meeting in September, I think, or Remember? Yes. And so, I think they all thought it would be a nice benefit. Jeremy Jacobs just has a few logistical concerns.
Well, that's what I want, because I know there's gonna be problems that are gonna have to be worked out.
The lunch break before this was mandatory, was it not?
Yes, so that's something that we don't, by law, we don't have to make employees take a lunch break. So right now, we are requiring that. However, due to the demands of the job, a lot of exempt employees are not able to take their lunch break. Either, yeah, I mean, I eat at my desk, but I'm still working.
Well, quite frequently too, my staff will be sitting at our conference table having lunch and somebody will come in and ask questions in their lunch break, etc. Because they're not gonna tell them, oh, I'm on my lunch, you have to come back later. They're going to take care of that. I'm sure the same thing happens with Jeff's staff. Yeah.
And then, you know, making lunch optional would be another way to help employees flex their time. So I think that would, yeah, yep.
I get what you're trying to do, but sometimes I wonder, certain individuals, others can do it, and some need that break. Or I don't think you're gonna get the production out of them that you want on an all-day basis if you don't.
Yeah, but
some of them at least take some sort of break.
Should it be optional, Jim, whether they do it?
It should definitely be encouraged.
Encouraged, but I think it should be optional. I mean, I work in the private sector, you all know that.
Everybody's wired differently though.
True, and I'm not saying nothing against that, Jim. But what I'm saying is, where I work in the private sector, it's an option to us. If we wanna work to our lunch break, we can. If we wanna stop and get out, walk around, get out of the truck or piece of equipment we're operating, and eat our lunch, we're also allowed to do that. It's an optional thing to us.
Some of the people on the study, stuff like this we could use now. Benefit the employees, make it better, enrich their efficiency.
And the county clerk better be working election nights.
Yeah, you might
I
wanna
don't
make
think she has a choice.
Like, I guess what I'm saying, Jim, is as where I work, should I put it this way, we're trusted employees. And our employer is trusting in us, whether we need that break and we gotta get out and walk around, stop, eat our lunch, or if we can work through and being left up to us. Maybe today I don't feel so good, or yesterday was a hard day and I'm tired and I do need that break today. I can get out, put a machine, sit in the shade, have a soda, eat my lunch. But on days where, sleep was good, you're feeling good, and you wanna work right through, you're welcome to do that also. And I guess here, if we do something like this, to me, that shows a little bit more of a trust in our employees, that we trust them to do their job and to manage their time. And if they wanna put that little extra in, they can. If they don't, they don't have to.
I think that, I remember right, that was put in there because there was abuse of computers at the time of the test. So, that's why they were supposed to get rid of it.
I don't think that's in the policies that they have to leave their desk.
It's been a few years ago.
I can't remember.
Yeah, I remember something.
what they were doing in the meantime, that's what the problem is. But I mean, to me, that's a benefit to us. Some of them people are gonna go that extra mile, instead of being forced out.
They got something started, they wanna
Finish it, yeah, whatever. Yeah.
I don't remember.
I know.
There is 215 paid breaks in there though too.
Yeah.
And more. Okay.
Does anyone have any questions on the closing of the courthouse on Friday afternoons, or what the flex?
I guess my only question would be that statutorily it's legal and then whatever is being done there. I think there's some departments, from my understanding, cannot.
I just have to follow courthouse hours. So
Yep.
is the treasurer's office, so is.
We're 24/7.
The only thing is,
But we have our own access.
Week's notice posted really good, so somebody doesn't come in on Friday.
Oh yeah, we're gonna put it on the website, we're gonna
Will,
put
got it.
flyers, you know, around the courthouse, make sure that is aware. What's that? I would like it to start January 1, but that's up to you guys.
No, it's not up to us, it's more up to the full board.
Well, right, all the systems work.
Anybody got anything to add, say, or against?
We're gonna try.
I mean, I think the times are changing, I think something that doesn't hurt to take the board, get their thoughts on it.
To my understanding, there is several other counties doing it.
Yes.
You, any calls, do you know?
Chippewa County, I believe, yes. Is the closest county. Several other counties are going through the same process we are right now. We're talking about.
Private sector's doing
All
similar things here and there.
Yes.
You can't go to the bank and say.
Right.
Well, I mean, there's companies out there, if you put your hours in 4 days, you don't have to work 50 and some.
Oh,
You can put your 40 in.
yeah.
So, and they're doing the same thing, a lot of their people work remotely and they're trusting them to honor what they say they did.
We're trying, see that.
That's great, yeah, thank you.
Well, the other side of it, is some folks that get off work and wanna maybe come into the courthouse for something during the weekday, now they may have that option of some hours expanded in the evening. Instead of having to take time off.
But they'd have to make an appointment. Right, so.
But I mean, they have that option in different cases.
And there's nothing saying too from, I think, the discussion you and I had, or you and I had, I don't remember which now. But there was nothing saying that the employee couldn't work their normal hours, Monday through Friday.
Yep.
But the courthouse would still be closed, would give them time to do their work without 2.2 million interruptions also.
Yes.
Well.
Coming at 7 o'clock, you can get more done in that hour. Isn't that true?
Yeah, 7.
Let's give her a try. Put that in a motion, Mr. Joe?
Yeah.
That's everything we went through in the handbook? Well, that was what I said, let's do it all as one. Okay.
The holiday stuff was really changes.
Oh, yeah, okay, so I'll keep going through. So then, okay, we talked about the optional lunch, then on the next page, just the addition of pay breaks cannot be used to extend an unpaid lunch period, and paid breaks and or unpaid lunch breaks cannot be used to report to work late or leave early. And then, clarifying that employees need to fill out their own timesheets, and then it's the responsibility of the employee Friday didn't have that clarification after it, so we just added that in.
Because highway gets 10-hour holidays, they forego those 2 Friday holidays, so we just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, and then number 3 might need a little, it's clarifying, that, so if we go to a half day on a Friday, we need to somehow make up that time that we're giving employees off. So we would, the preceding, so on Good Friday, the preceding workday, which would be that Thursday, we would shut the courthouse down at 12:30. Okay? However, though, employees are still expected to have worked all of their hours in that 3.5 day. Or use their
No, you're wrong there, because that holiday pay would be part of their 38.75. So, they can, the way you just said it, they have to put their 38.75 in to get that, and the holiday is part of that.
38.75 minus 7.75, which would be 31 hours.
Okay.
Needs to be put in that 3.5 day time frame.
Right, okay.
And again, they don't have to leave at 12:30. They can work a full day if they choose to. But if they want to put in their hours over that 3.5 days, then they can head out at 12:30.
Or use the balances to get up to that 38.75. The reportable hours, including holiday for that week, need to be their normal work.
Yes.
When you say the courthouse will be closed, do you mean locked to the public? No.
Well, we can't leave, we can't lock it down. Like, doesn't this door always have to be open? It's locked.
Well, and you're gonna literally have courtroom going the whole time.
Public comes here after hours and we deal with it.
Right, so, yeah, we would just go to what we do for after hours.
You guys have these that'll get you back in, so you know.
Well, and it'll have to be open to the public anyways, because Friday court goes through 4:30 on Fridays, regardless. So there will be public coming and going, even if the courthouse is officially closed.
How efficient is having to log on every 15 minutes? In here it says, like, every 15 minutes?
Oh, to log your time. So like, people aren't clocking in at 7:05, looking at, and then punching out at
Okay, so you're not talking
4:32.
during the day, you're talking.
Right, yeah, they don't have to,
Full breaks.
just be account for our
Okay.
time, yeah.
That's the way I read it. I know people that do that and they hate it.
Yeah.
I talk to people at the hospital about that.
Okay, then on the next page, this is just a clarifier. So employees that are required to work on a holiday due to job requirements will be paid at time and a half. Employees who choose to work on a holiday, subject to their department head's approval, will be paid at straight time. So if you come in on a holiday to catch up or whatever at your choice, that'll be paid at straight time, and not time and a half.
Plus their holiday. No?
Yes.
That probably should be clarified in there. They do still get their holiday.
Oh, that's always been practice. I mean, like Jeff's got employees that are working on holidays, they get their holiday pay plus overtime because they're required to work on a holiday.
Yeah, but if it needs to be put right in,
Well, simply, I would call up the court or something. Plus all of that.
We have senior services, we have like that. Employees that have to come in and follow up.
Anything else? Yeah, we're not there yet. No, we're not there yet. We're real close. Yeah. Your motion still stands. Mr. Stout has made a motion to adopt changes in this handbook. Pass it on to the board. Is there a second? Second. Is there any further questions, discussion? None being heard, all in favor signify by aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Okay, so the last thing, in the admin HR budget, we have a wellness line, and we have about, I think it's like $8,500 or $8,800 in there that we have to spend by the end of the year. So we would like to purchase a hoodie, a Rusk County hoodie, for each employee of the county as a wellness benefit. Yep. And so that's in your packet, what the hoodie looks like. There will be 3 colors to choose from.
What total amount would be? You got pretty answer?
It's not a uniform.
Yeah, I think, well, I think that's what when we took that note, so, on the September, like the quarterly payroll, there was 219 paid. So, I think we took that amount and divided it, and that's where we come with the 200 days rate. So, this will be like $30. Wasn't it maybe a little bit more because of customization?
No, this is including the, yeah, okay.
Well, beating together or what?
Probably.
So 6750 would be based on this 219.
Right. So we have the money in our budget to do it, and again, it's not a uniform, it's a wellness benefit, something that we're gonna do as part of open enrollment. No one is required to wear it, no one is required to get it, it's just, I think, a gesture. Right.
I think we're opening a can of worms or something like this, so it's we've had a discussion with a different department a couple months ago, something was ordered, and have permission from this committee.
But this would have permission.
This would have permission.
I agreed with you before, but this was ran through the right channels, that was not.
And it would be available to all employees.
Yeah, not just one department. I get what you were saying before, and I agreed with you until I thought about it a little bit, like, this is different, it was ran through the right channels.
I think this falls under the line of morale, I really do. Anything we can do with this productivity makes it a better place to work. Our morale is way down, that it is. How much money is available?
I believe it's like, my computer sent us some. Yep.
You gotta think of that.
So, that's the wellness incentives but there will be some of it spent, because, we reimburse up to $20, 50% of, gym memberships, so some of that will be used, for that, but, so I think that what Ashley was saying before about the amount available is pretty accurate.
That's
People
good.
using the gym.
Yeah, what?
People using the gym.
Not very many. Our year to date, I mean, is 781, so that would be
Thinking about
through,
going.
paid for payroll paid through,
I think it's too late.
October 15th, so $780 is what we paid out. The other idea we had was, maybe making an extra contribution in HSAs, but not everybody has one. So this way it would be
Fair across the entire county.
Also, something to warrant where to try and.
Yeah,
Advertise.
Well, and I don't know if this pertains to us, but I mean, there's companies that do things with this money too, but you have to jump through a hoop or so to get it. I mean, you get $200 off your, like you said, you can go towards your HSA if you do this. If you choose not to do it, you just don't get it.
And in the future, that might be used for that, but we just are out of time. Yeah.
Somebody's using rivers, my tax dollars to buy a new shirt.
And I think they use that to keep their insurance costs down too, right? Get people involved.
Right. That was the idea. Thoughts?
Well, I'm fine with doing something. I mean, that's what it was put there for.
You guys have
This is-
a safety meeting or something?
We have not created a safety committee, but I'm working with Dustin, keeping safety simple, who's creating, that's doing all the assessments, he's created the policy, safety policy, and we're working on good idea.
Take this one or leave it.
Well, let's try it, see how it goes. See what the response is.
Approve. Second.
What's that? I don't want to be popular.
Second.
Well, you're waiting now, huh?
And Mr. Meyer, is there any further questions or comments? None being heard, all in favor, signify by aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
I want to remind them when they come here, iPhone, this stuff is like, runs small.
Or.
We want to get a couple. This stuff runs small, so it's not starting.